Yeah,
How are you, Kevin?
fine. Doing the meeting?
That way you'll see the green light.
Green light means I'm live.
It's on. Hey, Kevin, how's it going? How's that? Can you hear me now? All right, I'll speak up a little bit. All right, I'll keep it in mind. Okay. All right. Thanks.
I would like to invite all of the legislators to the chambers so that we may begin the budget hearing. like to call this meeting of the legislature, this budget hearing, to order. And I'm going to ask Legislator Ford to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, everyone. Why don't we just jump right in, and I'd like to invite Mike Utaro, our new fire marshal, to give the presentation with respect to his office and the Fire Commission.
Yep. Good afternoon. All set?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. I would like to thank you for your diligent review of our proposed budget. This proposed 2022 budget for the Fire Commission provides us with the minimum staffing needed to adequately operate our Fire Communications Division, FireCom. It also adds 8 fire marshal trainee positions and 2 clerical positions to a very busy fire marshal's office staff, which includes our Fire Investigations Division, our Inspection Divisions, and our Hazardous Materials Response Division. The staff of FireCom and the Fire Marshal's Office continue the arduous task of doing more with less over the past year, as we do every year, including COVID enforcement operations, coordinating the fire service vaccine pods with the Police Department and Department of Health. We saw an increase in plan review and construction as the county emerged from the slowdown from the pandemic, and we collaboratively worked with the Nassau County Fire Service at the scenes of major emergencies, including a large fire at a garbage transfer station in Westbury, several large warehouse fires along with serious house fires, an overturned gasoline tanker truck, and several severe weather events. All with a staff of 50 uniformed fire marshal staff and 24 uniformed FireCom staff. We predict another busy year ahead with an anticipated construction boom, mostly again attributed to the fact of the pandemic that slowed everything down, and I'm confident that our dedicated staff is up for the challenge for the future. And I open it up for questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. I just have one general question, and pass it along to the other legislators. Do you feel confident that the funding for VEEB is satisfactory? It's been an ongoing issue with them. I don't know that I don't believe they've been increased in a number of years, but do you feel that they have additional funding that's adequate for their purposes?
At this time, I would say yes. I do understand that ARP funding, or the American Rescue Plan funding, they've identified several areas for reimbursement, which I believe they're going to be reimbursed for through funding from the county to help some of the expenses that they incurred during the pandemic and the shutdown. And I know there's ongoing discussions on increasing their budget over the next couple of years.
Are there opportunities in the next tranche of the American Rescue Funds to finance some of their operations going forward? Not finance, but pay for some of the expenses that they have?
I believe they identified actually several decent size, I think to the number of over $200,000 in reimbursements for things that they had laid out, from their online courses to other types of things, construction expenses, supply expenses because of the increased pandemic and things of that nature. And I believe that'll carry on into this year as well, as we're still basically going through this situation.
Well, I mean, as you as a former chief in Manhasset Lakeville, you know how difficult it is to recruit and how important it is to have the training that our volunteer firefighters need. So I think you're the right man for the job for that.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chief. How are you today? And
Doing very
thank
well.
you for your presentation. Just a quick, on the revenues. When you talk about the amount of revenues, I'm going to have to switch my glasses, 'cause, sorry. It seems that you put in $7,200,000, and I guess in 2022 it's the same amount. Is that the revenues that you get, like from fines and going out doing inspections? People have to pay to have certain services done by the fire marshal's office, or is that revenues just from taxes and whatever?
The 7.7 million, and correct me if I go wrong, my budget expert Bo next to me, the 7.7 million is mostly from all of our the fees that we generate. The fines, we do not see, that goes through the courts, but it's for plan review, permits, site inspections. There's a whole myriad of, in the fire prevention ordinance, in the last chapter, we have a whole fee schedule, but, so that's where all those fees are derived from. It's a heavy volume of paperwork that comes in.
Then considering the increase in the number of employees that you have, the people that you're looking for, and I think there's like 8 or 9 or 12 more people. I don't have my glasses on.
Yes,
so I can't
there's,
read what I
there's
wrote.
eight new fire marshal staff coming on.
So then why are you keeping the revenues flat? Don't you think that with an increase of fire marshals, that they'll be able to accomplish more work and maybe go out and do more inspections? That maybe with new businesses coming in, that we will be able to see an increase in the amount of fees that we're collecting?
I guess the key is some of the fees are new. They're going to be coming on board, and it's hard to exactly forecast how significant those fee increases will be. Some of these fees are attributed to the television and film production, which seems to be really taking off in the county. So there's several things that we are anticipating. I think we were just being conservative due to the fact of the pandemic, and nobody seems to know which turn this thing is taking. So we'd rather surprise you and have our fees, better than expected than worse than expected.
I like your thought process. I agree with you. So there is a possibility, an opportunity that we may see next year, all of a sudden we'll be pleasantly surprised to say, well, we budgeted for this amount, and guess what? We increased it by, it's an increase of so much more than what we thought we were going to collect, correct?
Yes, we're
I'm not holding you to it. But
No, but we're definitely hoping. Like I said, the trends are already showing that construction has increased significantly. Things are starting to come back. There's a big boom in the housing market. A lot of buildings are being converted. The television, movie, film production group, plus new permits that will now, with some extra staff, be actually able to go out and make sure that people are getting the proper permits. And an accountant coming on, I think, is going to help us move that money around and see that as well.
Just a complete aside from all of this, because I was reading in the papers that New York State is considering requiring new home construction, to install fire sprinkler systems rather than just, I guess, relying upon homeowners to have working smoke detectors, fire detectors. When we do new home constructions and they have, like, say, I know for multifamily, like 3 or more family, 3 families or more are required to have sprinkler systems or like a certain height distance, certain height. Do our fire marshals go out and inspect that to make sure that those systems are working? Is that something that is an opportunity for us to collect a fee on for that inspection?
For the multifamilies, yes. For the single family and 2-family homes, the sprinklers were approved several years ago. For reasons we don't understand, it was taken out of the state code.
But now I think they're thinking about putting them in.
That's what we've been hearing. If that does actually occur, the inspection of the plan review and inspection of those sprinklers would fall back on the local building departments, your towns, villages, or cities.
Okay, so
But there are village and town building departments, mostly the villages, that have already indicated that they'd like us under an agreement to review those plans for them, to which we would be able to generate a fee. But they would have to request that through us.
it would make common sense, because you're the experts. But thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Legislator Birnbaum. Oh, sorry. And then Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Oh, okay. No, I think it's great that you're adding additional staff, but could you tell us, I have a twofold question, approximately how long it takes for a new establishment to get a permit, and by the addition of more personnel, will this speed up the process?
I guess for how long it takes, the permit process usually, as a set of plans comes in for fire protection systems, is what we review, the fire alarm systems, sprinklers, et cetera. Right now, we're running anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks on turnaround as far as plans, but then it also comes in if the plans are rejected, they got to come back around. Usually the wait isn't as long, depending on how bad the plans were, for lack of a better word or explanation. I do anticipate the 8 folks that we're going to be interviewing for fire marshal trainee positions. It takes approximately anywhere from a year and a half to 2 years to actually get them trained to the level that they would make an impact on those. They have to go through code enforcement training, emergency medical, a whole slew of trainings, which takes a significant amount of time. And hopefully without any attrition, and we'll be able, that would add to our staffing and be able to bring some of those times down. Right now, I have multiple fire marshals in our inspection divisions handling, like our school inspections. We have, I like to say, 1.5 fire marshals working on that now, and that's for every school in Nassau. He reviews the plans, he does the site inspections, emergency lighting tests. Thankfully, he's very diligent, but the addition of extra people definitely, I think, would both bring the wait time down a bit and also increase our fees and revenue we'd be bringing in.
And have you noticed as a result of the economy picking up now, more applications?
Yes, there's definitely been a lot more applications coming in. There's a lot of things that we've never done before. There's tents everywhere, so our tent inspections and our tent permits have gone up significantly. But construction has started to increase. There's been slowdowns, as everyone's aware, if you're doing a project with materials. But projects have been coming on. Site plans for new project. There's a large project getting ready to go in Long Beach that'll probably get underway in, possibly within the year. The plans will start coming in. And there's several other large developments, both up in the Glen Cove area, Bethpage, all different areas of the county. But we've definitely seen an increase.
Do you think the amount of additional personnel, what did you say, how many, 8?
Yes.
Do you think that's sufficient?
It's sufficient. It will help us, but I'm going to be honest. The more staff we have, I think the better job we can do, because they don't only do this group that's hired as fire marshals. It's not just fire inspections. We have a fire investigation division. We also support the fire service with a drone unit, rehab unit. There's lots of other things they do, and our hazardous materials response team. That's a 24-hour operation. So those extra staff, not only, they don't just get put into the inspection group, they have to get filtered out into the other 8 divisions as well to make sure they're adequately staffed and manned. So it becomes a challenge, but I would hope that next year I can say the same thing, that we're going to hire another 8, and I have my fingers crossed, and we'll just continue to show our worth and show that we can, what we can do with the staff we have.
Legislator Rizzi Witten, then Legislator Solage.
Hi. Actually, Ellen asked one of the questions about the turnaround time, because I'm sure you know, because we get complaints. I'm sure you get complaints sometimes with how long it takes. And I know that you have to do your due diligence, and I want you to, obviously. But hopefully with with better staffing, the turnaround time might even be better than it is now. When you hired the new recruits, did you have any problem getting them through the whole background check and everything? Have you gotten to that point yet?
Well, the background checks get done by the Nassau County Police Department prior to them getting affirmed by civil service and the list created. Okay. So that they've been very cooperative. In fact, they got a lot of people through pretty quickly for us this time, which was great. And then from there, we have a good cooperation with the Sheriff's Department, who does the training for peace officer, our fire academy with hazardous materials training, and then we have a good rapport, thankfully, with the New York State Codes Division with getting code classes. So we have some good relationships out there that help expedite the process, and great partners. It's a large process, and it's a lot of different courses and verticals that they have to complete in order to get to that finish line.
No, I know. I know the police department does a great job. I just know that, again, maybe even due to COVID, it's staffing or just the time to get the results back. But it seems like that's been a real logjam for a lot of different departments, just getting. But you've already gotten clearance for the 8 that you're hiring?
Yes, they interviewed several people to give us the list that we're working off now, and they're actually in the process of interviewing the next group of eligible candidates. So they've been working great for us, and they've been helping us a lot.
All right, and thank you for all you did during COVID. That was like your second job, but you did a great job.
Hoping to see it in the rearview mirror.
Legislator Solage and Legislator Gala.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Fire Commissioner. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. I would create a video, but the video is not working, and I thank the presiding officer. Good afternoon. I would like, in Elmont recently, last week, there was a very terrible fire in which a 14-year-old young lady died. I spoke to her father yesterday and extended my condolences. Technically, this is not part of the 3rd Legislative District. This is part of the Legislative District in which Muscarella is the legislator. Nevertheless, I would like to know in your budget what is set aside for outreach. It's a very terrible fire, and I want to make sure that we can educate the community as to the dangers. Thank you.
As far as I guess fire prevention,
Yes.
fire prevention, it's not so much a dedication on our budget, it's staff, which we have several fire marshals, including mostly from our fire investigations unit, that keeps track of trends. We work very closely with the Nassau County Fire Service Academy and the Firefighters Museum that educates people to the perils of fire, fire safety. In fact, this Friday, we have a news conference set up with the County Executive's Office in Westbury, which will be handing out free smoke detectors, and they're going to be advertising that as well. So we usually, especially when there's a fatal fire, both which we just recently had in Garden City in May and this most recent fire in Elmont, we try to reach out to the community, mostly through the fire departments. The fire departments have significant funding of their own that they set aside for their open houses, fire prevention programs in the schools. So it's a collaborative effort of both the Volunteer Fire Service, the Fire Service Academy, and the museum, who sends, except prior to the pandemic, hundreds of kids and classes and adults through their training course, showing people, the dangers of fire, how to get out alive. The biggest thing is the push for smoke detectors. It is the law, and sadly, in a lot of these fires, there's either detectors that aren't functioning or there's no detectors at all. So we try to put folks in touch with the people who have these resources and get them out to them, including the Red Cross and other agencies. But as far as budgeting, it's not so much a budget as much as it's dedicated man hours and making sure we get the word out to people. And I think we've done a very good job with that. And unfortunately, I wish the word got out to everybody and we wouldn't have the tragedies like you just had in Elmont.
Yes, you're doing a great job, and I thank you, Commissioner, for everything you're doing. My last question is that earlier this year, we focused on diversity in the police department, and I'm hopeful that we can make progress there. I would like to talk to you about minority recruitment within the fire service. Can you please discuss that?
It's a little hard for me to discuss overall, but I will give you my best shot. The 71 fire departments actively recruit in their communities, and what they've been doing, and I've seen several of the recruitment videos. In fact, Elmont just put out a really good video, recruitment video, is getting out into the communities and saying that this isn't a secret club, that you have to know the secret code to get voted in. It's a community-based volunteer fire department that protects your community. So they've been really, from Syosset to Elmont to Manhasset down to Massapequa, they've all been putting very good programs. They've been going to community groups, meeting with community groups that fit the demographic of their neighborhoods to try to get people to join. Joining the fire department brings down response times. We had a fire in Hempstead recently at a apartment complex. We spent some time afterwards talking to some of the local residents and community members about joining the fire department, and several of them actually didn't know it was a volunteer fire department and expressed interest in joining to help improve the ranks and get the trucks out faster. So we at the fire marshal's office don't have a direct presence in recruitment and retention. We support the fire departments, but from what we've seen and what we've heard at the commission meetings, they've really started to embrace that model and get out into the communities and really let people know it's an all-inclusive, all community-based organization, and nobody's excluded. You just got to sign up, get your application in. The training is free. The training is excellent, and we hope that even utilizing the efforts of the legislature to get out into the communities and get these folks to walk in the front doors and give it a try. It's not for everybody, but the rewards you get, speaking for myself, are immense. So hopefully we can get more people out there.
I agree with you 100%. I thank you so much for your service, and I concede my time back to the floor. Thank you so much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Gaylord, you have a question?
Sure do. Thank you, Fire Commissioner. How are you today?
Very good.
Two different areas. The first area you touched upon was the school inspections. Is every school inspected every year?
Every school is inspected every year. That is actually a state mandate. The New York State Board of Education mandates that all schools complete an inspection. We do not get into the public schools, as they are usually the lead agency on that, as much as we need to. When we are asked to, we assist the State Department of Education. They have their own safety unit that does these inspections.
So the county doesn't inspect, the state does. You just assist where needed.
Yes, the state does through either its official entity or private contractors that are code enforcement officers that they hire, the individual school districts hire to perform these safety inspections. We get into the private schools and camps and everything of that nature, and that gets done once a year.
Sure. And are those inspections done when school lets out, before school starts, so that it's all compressed into June to September?
No, it's periodically done throughout the year because the sheer volume wouldn't permit us to condense them into a small period of time. So we get in when we can, and we're least disruptive. But I'd like I said, the gentleman that oversees that project in our Special Facilities Division does a great job, and we've been keeping our head above water with them.
Okay, great, thank you. The other area of discussion revolves around the actual head count. It looks like you budgeted for 91, you have 82 on board as of early September. Or 82 on board, budgeted for 91, so you're short 9 currently.
Yes.
What actions are you taking to fill those positions now?
Well, the firecom positions were the most significant shortage. We need 25 firecom dispatchers, the guys that work the consoles, dispatch the trucks, take the calls in. We need 25 of them. We lost 2. One was a sudden passing, the other one was due to COVID. So we lost 2 additional. So the positions for firecom and 2 backfill positions that we've been approved for are just to bring them to their minimum manning. We're hoping to build on that. I've already talked to the county executive's office about next year's budget, adding additional staffing to firecom, so it's more robust. Some of these guys are working long hours, and the addition of these new guys will bring that down. We want to put a couple of safeguards in place. They too take upwards of 6 months to a year to fully train and get ready to work the consoles on their own and make an impact. And with attrition, and there's several people that are out there, they have years in and they could retire. We'd rather be ahead of the game than behind it. As far as fire marshals, these 8 definitely add to our staff, which give us some flexibility. Like I said, those 3 areas, hazmat, fire investigations, and our inspection divisions. And I also, again, have spoken to the county executive's office about increasing those numbers again next year with additional staff instead of just replenishment. The work and the volume was going up, and the need for these extra staff members, and our budget reflects it. For every fire marshal you bring on, they definitely increase our revenue. And I'd like to say we're self-sustaining, but we bring in a significant amount of revenue, and those numbers have already been established.
No, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I guess you're short in the overall, the aggregate there. It looks like you're short 9 positions right now. You're asking for an additional 7. You can't fill the 9 that you're short timely. So how are you going to get to the 98 you want to be at?
It's been a constant battle. I'm there 22 years now. When I first started in '99, we had 75 fire marshals, and as you can see, we're down to 50. So we've gotten the number as high as my predecessor, Chief Tusa, got the number up to, I think, about 60. And unfortunately, because people do become eligible for retirement, we have people leave. It's been a constant battle.
No, yeah, I understand that, but why should we fund you for 98 when you can't get to the 91? You can't even get to the 4-year average of 88. You don't have it on board now. Why do you need to be funded for the extra 7, 8 positions when you can't fill what you're funded for now?
Well, we have to interview. I guess what you're asking for.
We're conducting interviews tomorrow night.
Yeah, we're actually conducting interviews tomorrow night for 8.
Oh, okay. So you're going to bring on 8 relatively quickly.
Yes, I'm sorry if I misinterpreted what you
no,
was.
yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. If we're going to be able to fill these positions relatively quickly, or does it take time by virtue of the specialized training, and you need a year or 18 months lead time before we're actually going to see these positions filled?
Yes, tomorrow we actually are hopefully filling the 8 positions through interviews.
Okay,
And,
that makes sense. Okay.
and we hope we have some folks that have retired this year and some folks that are on the bubble to retire later this year, and we're hoping to replenish those.
So you're pretty confident by the end
yes.
of the year, you'll be back to your full head count, and then need the additional going forward because the workload demands?
I sure would hope so, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Very
Thank
good.
you.
Legislator Walker. And then Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what's already been said, but tomorrow's interviews, how long is the training for those 8 people?
Like I said, it's approximately a year and a half to 2 years to get them. It depends on how we line those trainings up. If all the planets line up right, we can get them through in a year and a half, which thankfully my partner next to me, Supervisor Pilzak, has been able to make really good inroads with our other agencies, such as the Sheriff's Office, New York State, the Fire Academy. And if he gets everybody lined up in just a certain way, they complete one training and they go right into the next one and then the next one, and there's no waiting period. If that all works out well, which last class it did, we hope a year and a half. But with COVID, everything is you just never know.
That's crazy. Now, those eight new employees will then go to various aspects of your department.
Yes, the usual process is for their first year and a half, 2 years, they move around from division to division so we can evaluate where their strongest points are and who's best fit for what position. And then once their training is complete, they would be permanently assigned to certain divisions, whether it's inspection, hazmat, or investigations.
Right. I would just hope that if you find that we don't want to see that there becomes a bigger backlog, that hurts you, it hurts each and every one of us, and certainly hurts our residents, businesses, or whatever. So even if you had to if you noticed that, hopefully you would come back to us quickly and let us know, look, this is something we need to address, otherwise we're going to really get behind the 8 ball. And, I know you said you're already talking about next year's budget, but, even before then, come back to us and let us know that. And I just want to give you a shout out. I'm in the Ladies Auxiliary in Hicksville. I've been to our Signal 10 fires, and to see, your inspectors there and what they do, and anytime we've reached out to you, you've always been very, very helpful. So thank you very much for that.
Oh, thank you, and we're going to continue to follow the squeaky wheel method, and we're hopefully going to keep getting staff and keep augmenting the staff, so thank you.
Legislator Rhodes.
Just a couple. It wasn't my intention really to ask any questions, but then a couple of the answers that you gave, just something popped into my head. Just with respect to the head count, do you have the authority in your position? I understand obviously you've only been there a couple of months at this point. Do you have the authority in your position to be able to hire at will? In other words, if you're budgeted at a particular head count, do you have the ability to be able to hire up to that head count, or do you need clearance from elsewhere in the administration to be able to bring on staff?
Well, anytime we have, for instance, if the retirements occur that we anticipate this year, those are already in the budget for 2022. So yes, we would have to go to the county exec's office for clearance and civil service to get our usual route of permissions through personal request forms. But we would definitely follow that. We wouldn't sit on it and wait.
Well, in your experience, and again, you've been there a short time, and perhaps I should have asked Chief Tusa this question at a previous hearing. If you've requested from the administration the ability to bring on staff to bring you up to a budgeted head count, has that request ever been denied?
To the best of my knowledge, no. Since I've been since I've been an assistant chief and following and attending some of these meetings with Chief Tusa when he was in charge.
Okay.
But in this budget process, I have to say we were pleasantly pleased with what we received. Firecom brings us up to at least their minimum manning. We obviously want to build in some cushion. They deploy the field comm unit in the field, which they have to replenish staff. So having that staff on board, similar to how we have hazmat, that it's constantly staffed, that we be able to get it out that much faster is something which is one of our goals. But we know we have to work to that. And we also know we have to knock on doors and make phone calls and be a little more aggressive.
Okay, and just changing gears slightly, with respect to VEEB, we recently, in the last year, sort of restructured our process in that we issued a 2-year contract as opposed to a 1-year contract to alleviate some of the issues that they were having with respect to the timeliness of the contracts and their need to make pension payments. How has that process worked? Has that alleviated those concerns? Is that something that's been beneficial?
Yep. Yeah, they're actually still on a 1-year contract. They never went to a 2-year contract. There was talk of going actually to a 5-year contract, and I believe it was NIFA didn't want 5-year contracts or even multi-year contracts. So they're still on the annual contract basis.
Oh, so they're still having the same issues with respect to when the contracts get approved versus when the funding as a result of the new contract?
Well, in this past year, yes, left over from last year, and some of it you can pin the blame on the pandemic. But this year, we're well on our way through that whole approval process. In fact, Bo has been working on that with all the different entities involved. As you know, it's quite extensive getting that rolled along. It is in a good spot right now that we're looking to have this approved before the end of the year, instead of sitting here in 2022 in January, February, and March, going through that approval process, which significantly delays their payments.
Sure.
And you know, it causes havoc with their staffing and budget. So we're hoping right now this will be the first year that we'll have this, at least in my recent memory, that we'll have this to you and hopefully approved by the end of this calendar year, so that it'll be smooth sailing for next year's budgeted year.
And then ultimately, it has to be approved by NIFA, which is where we run into some of the issues.
Some of them, yes, but most of them we work out. We're running through a new method, the solicitation method, which is a computer system method that it gets uploaded. So far, that's been working out okay, but NIFA does have a lengthy review process, but they also realize this is public safety, and to be honest, they've actually been pretty good to us about that, knowing the fact that they really can't be any foot dragging on this. It has to get approved.
All right. I mean, ultimately, what I'm concerned about is that you don't run into a situation where you have January, February, March. You've got classes now that are ongoing. You've got additional classes that are starting up for, department operations, and you're not able to pay your staff, because we were at that point, I believe, a couple of years ago where, you were robbing Peter to pay Paul, basically, and you were out of options. I just wanted to make sure that you're confident that this year you're not going to run into that problem.
Yes, so far we're on target to not have to repeat this year's and the year before and so on and so forth. So we'll see you in December, and hopefully it'll be because we're before you to get that contract approved.
Great. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Mike, appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. And the next presentation is by Sheriff's Department, James Zarenda.
Okay, good afternoon, Presiding Officer Nicolello and Minority Leader Abrahams, and also members of the legislature. I'm James Zarenda. I'm the Nassau County Sheriff. I'm here to answer whatever questions you have. If I cannot answer them, I will do the best I could to get the answers for you, either today or as soon as possible thereafter.
Do you have any questions for Sheriff? Legislator Ford.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for coming here, and also thank you very much for the tour that both Legislator Georgine Witt and I were able to go on. And I have to say that the two interns that were with me thought it was the highlight of their time here. So I guess you probably didn't realize that you work in a rather exciting place.
There you go.
But I guess my question would be with, what is the status, I'm going to probably jump around and I apologize.
Sure.
What is the status of the vehicles that are used by yourself as well as the correction officers themselves?
Okay, so right now, we're doing pretty well with vehicles. We have quite a few that are very old, just low mileage, but it's getting more difficult to get parts for. They're the old Crown Victorias from the early, some of them are even 20 years old and plus. But right now we have 3 vehicles that have been approved that are ours, but the problem is nationally are these computer chips that the dealers can't get, that they aren't being made. We have 3 that are just sitting at the dealer now waiting for these chips. But we received I believe, 7 new vehicles that replaced the 7 worst vehicles we had. And that was just regular vehicles. We received the bus. Well, honestly, I think we're doing well, but we are going to need them eventually again when these older vehicles start deteriorating more.
And hopefully when the chips are available,
We'll get those in right away,
step that
yeah.
up quickly. But I know that we did with raise the age, and I know that under like the law, those offenders that are between the ages of 16 and up to 18
Correct.
Are not to be housed in the jail facility. They can't go into the juvenile detention center because they're too old. And that's going to be a series of questions, when probation comes up, because I'd like to know where we are with that. It is under your responsibility that the deputy sheriffs are the ones that transport these young people?
Okay, there's 2 parts to your answer that you probably didn't even realize. Well, first of all, I guess there's no room right now in the state for the adolescent offenders, so we do have them in our facility. The State Commission of Corrections has authorized our facility, is the only one in the state right now to take the adolescent offenders. Once we have one of the Nassau County adolescent offenders, we take in other counties. So we do have a housing unit now that does have adolescent offenders in there on our property. But yes, the deputy sheriffs are the ones that do the transports, whether there's one that comes in, as far as Buffalo, they bring them to Buffalo. The problem is the statewide room for those adolescent offenders has dwindled.
So, wow, it's interesting. So I'm glad to hear that we found some spot, for our young people. And, but I guess the preference would be that if they're in Nassau County in your jail, and a bed opens up in Buffalo, that young youthful offender must be then transported up to transferred up there, or do they, if they're already assigned to stay in Nassau County, do they stay in Nassau County even though a bed may open up upstate?
So they will stay unless there's multiple beds. They save the beds. If a bed does open up and we currently have one, the new adolescent offender gets placed in that bed, not the one that we currently have.
So there could be some consistency.
Correct.
And how many youthful offenders do we have right now?
So here's another 2 parts to it. We have 7 in our facilities, but only 4 that fall into the category of separate housing. There's 3 that are called adolescent offenders, but now they reach the age, they're still considered adolescent offender offenses, but they're in our general population with the adults.
Because they turn
Correct.
18?
Yes.
So then, all right, so
So
then we
4.
have that. And then we have to allocate a certain number of correction officers to stay with the youthful offenders, correct?
Correct. There is minimum standards that we have to follow under SCOC, the State Commission of Corrections, and just so if you can, it's hard for you to see it because you can't visualize housing units, but for one housing unit, whether we have one individual in it or whether we have 50, it still is the same amount of staffing, which comes to about 20 additional staff for his 24/7 staffing period.
All right, and then that would then contribute to an increase in overtime
That is
because we may not
correct.
have enough personnel. Speaking of that, where are we with the classes? How many it was great going to the graduation, and it was
Correct.
really nice.
So right now, we had 2 classes this year. I'm not going to give the exact number. It was
We're not
somewhere
gonna hold you
around
to it,
45 total, closer probably to 50, but it was in that range. We are looking to add on 2 more classes of the same, or up to 40. We're going to reevaluate once those classes are done and see if there's a need for additional classes after that. But right now, we're looking at up to 40.
And when do you anticipate that the classes would start?
The problem I have is even when we get full approval from everybody, it still takes about 4 months before you can actually go through the civil service process, the backgrounds, the hiring. I was hoping right now, but I think we're more looking at closer to January.
Wow. And is it still because the background checks and all of those other clearances go through the Nassau County Police Department, or?
So they do, but that's not the only issue. It's trying to finagle it through civil service as well.
Takes
So-
that long for civil service?
For the whole process, and calling them, calling the employers. A lot of times we're going to get no, they failed some physical, then we go on to the next. So to get a full class takes a while.
Okay, all right. And what about, I know that we talked about when we were at the jail, how, I guess, the implementation of these iPads, tablets, or whatever they are they now are they in the jail now, or
So no, we have
inmates using them, or?
no, we have a current RFP that's out for, it's under inmate telecommunications. That's what it's called. And in that is the production of the tablets or these program devices. And what they do will be up to whoever gets awarded the RFP, which is, we're looking at a target date of November 20th, or that week of
this year?
Yes, of this year, for the award of that RFP.
Wonderful. I mean, considering also that, because I know that it was something that you touted, like how important it would be, first of all for them, for anybody who was there incarcerated, that would be able to take some classes, better their lives and everything. And, I was impressed, when we went to, the DA has had community justice reform. I'm probably saying it wrong. So, but when we went to that presentation, and what really struck me was those that were incarcerated, I guess, they took advantage of the schooling that they had. And there was one gentleman who actually left and had, I think, his PhD or his master's or something, to me. So I thought, God bless him. So I think that maybe with something like this, that it would maybe help, especially some of the younger inmates or people that are there, that if they can, tap into maybe something more productive, it may help them not have recidivism. So then I guess my final question would be, with the capital projects, I know we're not to talk about that, that's something separate, but I do want to make sure that we are on target, because I think that the importance of the jail is that with the roof, the windows, and I know that when we had this discussion that it was about $15 million to be able to do these necessary repairs. So I'm hoping that that is something that is still on target, and that soon we will be speaking about this, and hopefully you'll be before the rules with the contract saying that, Joe Schmo's business is going to do this and blah, 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 the whole bit. So can you give me an update on that?
Sure. Right now, I believe it still is. I mean, the DPW could probably answer a little better with that. But right now, there's daily meetings with the consultants that are involved in this. What we've done already, just so the public knows, on our main building, which we call it the 832 building, all the glazing was redone around the windows of the facility, which is a big deal because every time it rains and the wind comes, those holes that are around from the glazing actually bring in all the water from that direction. However, the biggest problem we have now is the roof. What they did just recently is they went around and did temporary repairs on the membranes where they believe they had leaks, holes, rips, that to correct it. They cannot and they do not hit all of them because there's areas that they can't see that are still bringing in water. They could be the tiniest hole, but it's still bringing in water. We still have housing units that we shut down when during certain parts of the rain. We have some that are permanently shut down because we know they get water in them immediately. But on my observation, less water is coming in. So far what they did did make a difference, but you really do got to replace that roof.
All right, thank you. And then, in here, I see that according to the schedule, that you had, I guess last year, you had an attorney for employee relations that's been eliminated in this budget. Am I reading that correctly or not? On page 109?
We
You can
had
get back to me on
we
that.
did have a agency attorney that was assigned to the agency, that we don't have now, that was transferred out. But we are looking for another. There is a process that's in place now, but I think that's what it's geared towards.
Right, and I guess it's not in for next year's budget, but if necessary, it can be added, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then all right, this will be my last question, okay? Where are we with the locksmiths? Remember we were going to then send them
Sure.
down to training?
So we did. We sent two maintenance employees to Florida for training. The training isn't necessarily the same that you would get at going to a school for locksmith, but it trains the individual to be able to do the locksmith work necessary at the facility. So we have two that are identified that have been trained to do locksmith work at the facility.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Yep.
I just wanted to follow up on Legislator Ford's questions with respect to recruitment. You had indicated that last year we brought on approximately 45 to 50 recruits, new officers. Can you provide for me an estimate of how many officers you lost through attrition during the same time period, or say since 2019?
So what I use as a number, I use 60. It goes up and down, obviously, depending on the year, depending on what happens with officers' contracts and all that. But if you go back in time, 60 seems like the appropriate number annually that you end up losing for attrition. Sometimes it's 40, sometimes it's 80, but right now I use the number of 60.
That's a concern, obviously, because even if you are bringing on 45 to 50 in a year, you're still winding up at the end of the year with less officers to do the job.
That is correct, but it depends on our incarcerated population, because if the population goes down, you don't even need the 60 that you took. If the population went up, we even need more than 60. So it all depends on the actual population numbers and where we stand at the time.
Another way to gauge that, I guess, would be overtime. In looking at the overtime budget, it was, I believe, the projection for 2022 is 21 million as opposed to previous year's projection of 11 million.
That is
so
correct.
Your overtime seems to be skyrocketing, for want of another word. Is that an indication that you're not staffed properly?
So if you take a snapshot of today, you are correct. We do need additional if you look at today. If you take a snapshot of August 20th of 2020, we probably had too many. Our population is almost 230 or 220 more than it was just that short a time ago. It can go up and down that fast. It's very difficult to say and have an exact number that we would need, but if you look at a snapshot today, you're correct. However, if they eliminate the AO, the Offender Housing Unit, that reduces that number already. If you look at COVID and that goes away, and we have these units that are open for isolation and quarantine, those numbers go down again. So I don't want to be stuck with an exact number because it fluctuates so much depending on what we need. But if it looks like today, yes, you're correct.
Okay. So that is troublesome because you and the administration are projecting a overtime budget of $20 million, which is historically high. So you're indicating that there may be reasons why the numbers of inmates would go down, obviously less officers need to cover fewer inmates. But if you're projecting a $20 million overtime budget this year, it's clear that you're not projecting that that's going to happen in the 2022 cycle.
So if COVID, nobody knows, so I don't know where that's going to go. The AOs will probably be, my guess is not there in a couple months, just because of the concern that's going statewide. Everyone's going to push for this because it's not opportune to have them in our facility. Also, we started taking some of the federal inmates. Right now we have 23 federal inmates. So, and that's bringing in revenue. So it's The numbers you get on the overtime is what we need to pay, but we still will be getting revenue in from the AOs that we're taking. Those other counties owe us, the federal inmates, the feds owe us for the federal inmates. So I don't know what that number is going to totally be on the offset, but it's not going to be as high as it is that we need to pay, because there will be money coming in as well.
We will be looking at this closely into the new year to make sure that the staffing needs are being met. I mean,
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Sheriff. But our concern is obviously the money, but also it's the wear and tear on our officers. I mean, if they're working 16-hour shifts in a very stressful environment, you're simply going to wear them out. I mean, bodies will break down from the stress. So it's important that there be adequate staffing so that there be a reasonable amount of overtime and that not too much of a burden is placed on these officers.
I agree.
Okay. Legislator Ferretti.
Good afternoon, Sheriff. How are you? Just following up on some questions the presiding officer had, which I kind of had the same questions, but something that you said spurred another question in my mind. You indicated that as of right now, it does seem that we're understaffed in terms of correction officers, correct?
Yes, with the COVID and the AOs, that is correct.
It's my understanding that there was a class that was supposed to graduate in September, just last month, that was canceled. Is that true?
Not sure it was ever approved. That was all anticipated, but I was hoping for it.
Do you know who, I mean, that was the plan, right? At one point, there was a plan to have a class that would come out in September?
Well, it was my plan, but I don't know if it was a plan. I was hoping that we could, because we do need these for this coming year. That is correct.
Who made the decision to cancel that?
It was all part of the civil service. We couldn't get the employees. We couldn't get them quick enough. We were going to wait until we see what this budget is to start adding in the correction officers, so we were able to cover it. They wanted to wait for me to see what we had with COVID, and we really were going to do the AOs, so it was more of like a conglomeration. Let's wait and see if our need is really there.
But the need is there.
Oh, I think so. Today it is.
Well, today is, a week ago was September,
But
so.
next week might not be. That's why, I mean, it's so hard for me to give you an exact answer on it.
But
I
a month
agree.
ago,
Yes,
a
today
month
we
ago,
do.
the need was there.
That is correct.
Okay. So, I don't know who can answer that question as to why that class didn't go forward, but looking forward into next year, I see that there's 2 classes that are scheduled, correct?
Correct.
And I guess what we found out last year was that doesn't necessarily mean that whatever is projected to go forward is actually going to go forward, regardless of whether there's need. But in any event, those 2 classes would graduate 20 officers in each class?
That is correct.
So that wouldn't even cover the attrition that you anticipate?
No, it wouldn't.
So we have an issue right now where, as we sit here today, we don't have enough officers, and we're projecting next year to not even cover the officers that are going to retire.
So like I said, if we eliminate the AO housing, that's 20 additional officers, so it'll offset it exactly if we just don't, if there still is COVID. So we'll have 60 coming in, 60 that we have an attrition. So it'll be a balance, it'll even. The thing that will throw it off is the COVID. I mean, we still, when you talk about one housing unit being open for like 3 offenders, 3 incarcerated individuals, that's a lot of staff. And yeah, we need more staff to be able to do that. But if COVID goes away, we need less staff.
Well, I don't know if COVID's ever going away.
Yeah, I hear you.
So, but in any event, I think that it's alarming that we have a pretty dire need right now, and we had scheduled to address that need now, essentially, or last month, and that was not approved. I'm not, obviously, I think you and I are in agreement that that was needed, but who the powers that be up in the administration, I guess, didn't see it that way. Just one last question. What's the status of the ICE agents on the property? Are they still there?
So they are. They're not really there full time because I've never really see them. But there is an office that's on property for ICE, and they do have an identified office there. But like I said, I've never met them. I've never seen them. Once in a while, I see a car come in and they identify the individual, and we get their identification, and they're there, and then they're not.
Okay, but they still have their office.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Legislator Ridgeway.
Hi, over here. How are you? So I just had 2 questions. One, do you have any idea if there's some way we can make this background process more streamlined and more efficient?
So the only thing that I've seen where I've used to come from Nevada is we did our own. Right now, we rely on Nassau County PD, and when they have 200 in class or coming in a class, you know, where does the priority go, and how do you separate it? And just the only I think the only possible way is if we did our own backgrounds, it might go quicker. Civil service, I don't know how much faster they can go, and and a lot of it we're working on old lists. So you got to go through a lot of people on the list before one says, hey, I already got a job, or I'm going somewhere else, and you just keep going, you leave messages, we wait for calls back. It's a tedious process on that end, but speed it up maybe if we did our own backgrounds, but.
And you have the capability to do your own background?
Yeah, we can do them, but right now it's great that the PD's doing it. They have better resources than us, and they can, if they don't have any classes coming in, they could do them a lot faster than we can. So when they have classes, if we can assist or they can help with doing additional, then it's different.
Well, maybe it's worth looking into to see if, you know, if you could help alleviate their workload. You know, I think that might be an option if you're, you know, especially if that, you know, if they have so much going on that they can't do it, you know, and you're capable of it, that seems to help with that situation.
Yeah, we'd have to see, I don't know if there's some licensure or anything that's required under the NCIC checks. I mean, that would be something maybe the PD can probably answer a little better than I can, that would hinder us from actually doing them in this state.
All right, maybe we can definitely look into that. As far as CSEA, do you have a dedicated person that is your contact in CSEA, or how do your requests get handled?
I'm sorry, for what's that?
I'm sorry, civil service, I said CSEA.
Oh, for civil service?
sorry.
Yeah, well, I don't particularly, but our human resources captain deals with them directly, and he deals with the same individual directly.
So there's one person?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, it seems like we could make some improvements with that, just because that's what I hear is the problem a lot of times. You have the class, you can't get the background checks done, and then everyone, you know, some of them move on, some of them, you know,
Yep.
things. All right, I think we really could take a look at that process. If you could get us the information as to
Sure.
whether or not you'd be
Yep,
legally
we'll
allowed
do
to,
that.
would be great.
And if I have any suggestions, I'll throw them in there.
So I've been hearing some things. I just want to, you know, as far as overtime, I'm sure everyone's happy to be making overtime, but is there times when someone's actually ordered to stay?
Yes, quite frequently, actually.
So you're ordering?
You would work, we don't read the papers and think we're New York City, because we aren't. We do order staff that have to work up to 16 hours.
16 is the maximum?
Correct.
And how often is that? Like, is it common practice or unusual?
I would say more often than not. We probably would have at least, I mean, I would have to get the answer to you, but I would, a good guess is at least one person a day. At least. I'm sure it's probably a lot more than that, but I don't know. I'd have to get those numbers up. And
So
we
is
can
it
get that.
possible for a guard to have to be ordered to work 16 hours more than once in a week?
There could be, but I don't know if there really is.
Okay.
There could be.
All right, so
And vacation times there usually
No,
is.
I know. I know there's a lot for, you know, to manage, and there's a lot of unknowns, but we want to get to a position where, and just one last question. The class, I heard you say 40, and then I heard you say 20. Is there a limit to how many people have to be in a class?
There is no limit, but when you start hitting 25 or more, you're not going to be able to do it successfully with the number of staff in the room that we have and get the appropriate training in. You would have to increase, there would have to be something to be done. I could manage it, and I could go to 2 shifts, and that's not a problem, but I could push it. If we had to do 40 at once, we can do it.
So it almost makes sense to me that, and you know, you would know much better, but to do smaller classes more frequently, because you could get the background checks done and get the classes in. Like, instead of waiting for these larger classes, is it cost prohibitive to do the
So
classes?
here's the problem you have when you look at the training staff. They're not just doing training for new recruits, they also do in-service training. So anytime that we do new recruits, you have to stop in-service training that they do at the academy. So it'll delay those things. You want to maximize the amount of new recruits at one time, so the off time we could start going over all the in-service training for the correction officers.
guess
unless
it's-
you hire more or,
Yeah,
or
the
pull people
priority.
off the lines.
I mean, if we're short-staffed to that point, maybe holding off on some of the other training would be the priority, not that, I don't know what.
The,
your
the
contractual-
problem with that is we're mandated certain
Yeah,
minimum
okay.
standards on it.
All right, so, yeah, let us know about.
The
you
civil
doing-
service piece and
yeah.
all that. I will.
And
The
really, we
backgrounds.
should absolutely have a contact person that, if that person needs extra help or something that we can, we know about.
Okay, Legislator Gaylord and then Legislator Walker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Okay, Sheriff, thank you. So, following along the line of Legislator Luigi Witten, I'm concerned on how you get from an actual onboard number in September of 782 to the 851 in next year's budget, considering there's only two classes, one of which is scheduled in March of next year and the other almost a full year from now in September. Factoring now attrition of 60 a year takes you down 782 minus the 60 we're going to lose. How are you going to get the extra 130 people to get to your 851? Because
So,
it seems to me just it's a bridge too far.
851.
Maybe a bit unrealistic. Or
so we'd have to hire more, but the problem is like I said, we can't predict those inmate or the offender incarcerated
I'm not asking
population.
about any predictions on anything. I'm just
Yeah.
talking about straight numbers. You've got 782 on board right now. You want to get to 851 in next year's budget.
See, I think we're.
That's 70 some plus factoring now 60 you're going to lose, 100 and whatever, 30 you've got to fill. And you've only got a plan for 40, but it's going to take a full year to get there.
So we're talking about two different things. You're talking about overall staffing. The overall
Right.
staffing doesn't affect the overtime or the staffing inside the correctional center. You're talking CSEA and the civilian staff and the correction officers. Right now, we're at
I'm
700.
just talking about correction officers, correction corporals, deputy sheriffs, correction sergeants, and correction lieutenants.
That number's not right.
Well,
We are
it's-
short 30 right now. Our budget for the current year is 775. Currently, today, we're at 745. We're only 30 short according to the approved budget that's in place right now. I think you're looking at CSEA and the civilian staff total. We're looking at an additional to make it to 783, and currently we're at 745.
Irrespective, using your numbers on the ones that I have in front of me, which are slightly different, I show you have 782 on the correction side, a total of 879 if I include everybody else. But in any case, by your numbers, you still don't get there.
We'll have to get specifics
Why
for you.
ask for more staffing at a higher number than you can actually fill based on your own testimony that there's only two classes of approximately 20 in each? It doesn't even get you there. So why are we asking for such a high number when in reality we can't achieve it?
So if we get 40, we're going to be above our head count. And we have no attrition. We're going to be above our head count that we're even authorized. That will bring us, if we did 40 today, additional new recruits,
But
that
you
brings us to
don't.
785.
Right, but you don't get 40 today. You get 40 if you have a class that doesn't get canceled of 20 in March, and if you have a class of 20 in September that doesn't get canceled, just like this last class in September was canceled. You don't know what's going to happen a year from now.
That is correct.
So we continue then to ask our staff to work overtime. Now, I recently heard there was an officer that worked overtime and then had an accident going home. And I think he had to work 3 8-hour shifts, not 2, but I heard it was 3. So if I'm an officer and I have to work from 9 to 5 today and 9 to 5 tomorrow, but I get mandatory overtime and told I have to work an 8-hour shift tonight, I still got to come back tomorrow and work my normal shift.
That is correct, with 8 hours off.
But does that
Correct.
seem fair, that we're putting people's lives in jeopardy?
16 hours is considered, when you look under the labor laws, that's considered effective. I mean, would we want only one shift and nobody ever do overtime? I guess so, but, it's not,
then why don't we take-
nationally, it's not
Why
an
don't we-
issue doing 16 hours straight.
Why don't we take the 22 million you're projecting in overtime and, figure out a way to train more folks? You have a whole year to figure it out. You're in a leadership position, Your job is to train and recruit and train. Figure out how we can train more officers, and let's train them and bring them on board. Let's have 3 or 4 or 5 classes. Let's work with other counties if we have to. Do it. I mean, we've got to be coming up with some bright ideas here, thinking outside the box, and you've got to factor in 60 a year for attrition, but you're only planning to bring on 40 a year. It doesn't make sense, because year after year you get in this deeper hole. That's just how I see it.
Okay.
All right, fair enough?
Legislator Walker.
Thank you, Sheriff, and the rest of your staff that's here this morning, or afternoon, I guess we're in. I had a question regarding the AOs. Now, we do now have a spot in our correction facility where we house them.
That is correct.
Now, obviously, we had to retrofit that spot to make the state, agreeable that it worked for them.
Yeah, so the state SCOC, the State Commission on Corrections, did come down and audit our location to make and what we were doing with the adolescent offenders to make sure we were following minimum standards, and they approved it to keep them there.
But they wouldn't have approved it up until this point. That's why we had to continue to send them out to other
Correct, because you're
facilities.
still, the belief of the SCOC, you still do not want them on grounds with adults because of the atmosphere.
Okay, are we looking hard, I mean, I know that we had tried to have a spot over in our juvenile center, or whatever it was called, but they did not agree to that. You got to a certain point, and then they it went by the wayside. I mean, I really do feel that our young offenders should be home, and obviously it saves the traveling back and forth and so on and so forth, and certainly for their families, anything we can do to be able to keep them here. Are we actively searching for some place that would not be on our grounds?
The county may, but not myself. It's not in my purview for the adolescents.
Okay, so I guess
It's not
we'll
my
have to
area,
reach
yeah.
out to,
But I agree, they shouldn't, moving these adolescents further away actually becomes counterproductive and
right, aside from then,
socializing for 'em.
the additional money's going back and forth anytime they have to go to court, and you're driving back and forth, and, so I guess we have to see who determines that, and what are they doing? Are they really actively looking for a spot?
Right, now what I'm being told by the SCOC, this is only temporary holding. They're not going to leave them there. We're not keeping adolescents permanently, so eventually this is going to be, it's going to be zero.
Right, so we need to be on top of this.
Yep.
I would have hoped that we had been on top of it, but perhaps that has not been the case. And now, should we have, now we house young offenders from out of this area, you were saying.
That is correct.
So now, say we had another Nassau County resident, and there was a bed open in one of the other facilities, they would automatically send that person there, not move someone who was from out of this area up to that facility and keep our young offender here?
So they did say any new would, and there's room, they would go to the other areas unless they are ours.
Oh, unless they're ours.
Right, because it makes more sense, like you're thinking, if it's actually ours to leave them, but if another county's not going to request to move them here, if they get new ones in, and there's room,
Right.
only if it's ours.
Right.
That is correct.
Okay. And then I have a major concern too with the overtime, not just, the amount of monies that we're putting in the budget for it, but I do think becomes a safety issue for our officers, especially if they have to do it several times in a week. It's a safety issue for them. It's a safety issue for even the inmates. I feel like sometimes when we're forced to do things and people get tired and, you don't know what kind of day they had before they were asked to do that second shift, that's when mistakes happen. We even see that in our own lives sometimes. You say, let me just do this for another hour and I can finish it up, and then all of a sudden you're messing up, you're putting something together and you're doing it wrong or whatever. So that's really something I'd like to see us be able to address, and again, if we have to work with, work together with CSEA, work together with our police department, but to get others on board and to be able to fill those positions. So,
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Yes, Legislator Birnbaum.
I know in past years we've addressed health issues that have arisen in the jail, and I haven't really heard too much dialogue about that. I know COVID struck and impacted all jails, so could you just fill us in on what happened during COVID? And also, we've heard in the past about consolidations and gang members being too close to one another in the sections that they're put in just to consolidate space. So could you address that as well?
Sure. Two first things on health, both with staff health and the incarcerated individuals' health. As if you want to know about COVID, I mean, currently today we do have one incarcerated offender that is actually COVID positive. That's actually not housed at the facility, is at NUMC right now for a different issue. And we have 3 correctional staff that are positive as of today. Overall, even when you're just talking COVID for the correction officers, we've had 330 that actually have tested positive at least once for COVID, which is about 44% of our staff. The COBA staff have tested positive for COVID. The incarcerated population that we've had already 360 that have received at least one vaccine. Some may not have received a second if they came in with a first because they were transferred out before it was due or whatever the issue was, but 360 have been pulled and actually vaccinated. The NUMC has been awarded the new another contract year for services, for health services, and that's all being developed now for the new contract for them. But all the billing for NUMC has all been up to date, which has never been done in years. It's finally up to date on the billing. The gang issues that you're talking about, we did do a lot of consolidating when our numbers were low. However, with our numbers 200 plus more than it was a year ago, the consolidation actually is not there, where we actually grew. We opened up additional housing that were closed part of the consolidation, and it actually grew. We don't do, like you hear in the papers about New York City, and we do not put gang members in the same units together, the same gang together. We do a classification for each of the offenders, and we split them up. We split up our classifications based on what the investigation show or the background shows or the crime shows, and we separate them all. And our gang investigations unit does keep track of them, monitors them daily, and sends out lists of where they are, who's the key players, and they do a great job with separating them and keeping them separated.
Is COVID testing taking place at the jail, or do they go to the medical?
So it happens at the jail, and still since I would like to say the middle of March of last year when COVID first hit, we've been testing every single incarcerated individual the day they come in the facility, and we still do. And when if they show symptoms, we also do.
Are you doing rapids or PCR tests at the hospital?
So when they first come in, they get both. We do a rapid to find out if there's immediate concerns. But when they do, we do not do rapid for those that are showing signs and symptoms. Or NUMC does not me.
Just when they are positive, do they get sent to NUMC?
No, only if they have other symptoms that are detrimental to their health that's related or complications of. We keep them at the facility. When there's real low numbers like there is today, this individual would be placed in the infirmary at the facility. When the numbers get larger, we create an additional housing unit to put them there until they're cleared.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other legislators? Hearing none, we do have a slip from the President of the Corrections Officers Benevolent Association, Brian Sullivan. I almost did it again, Brian.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Sullivan, President, Nassau County Correctional Officers Benevolent Association. I appreciate the time to speak a little bit here. I'm going to reiterate a couple of things you've already spoken about. Maybe I can shed a little bit of light on some of it, but see things from the union's perspective. I prepared a statement. As I have stated here on numerous occasions, corrections is a far different bird in the criminal justice system. Our job is different, our needs are different, particularly since we're hidden from the purview of the public. Our issues are usually only publicized by groups or people with agendas, such as a lot of today's reformers who have never stepped inside a correctional facility but have no problem telling us how we should run them. This year is obviously different from the COVID pandemic. Bail reform, discovery reform, budgets and philosophies are all being geared around all of this stuff that's going on. Issues that continue unabated at our facility include and are topped with what I talk about every time I come here is staffing, staffing, staffing. Staffing is the number one issue. I've been here at this podium countless times over the past couple of years, and staffing is the number one priority. For informational purposes, since January of 2018, we've hired 131 correction officers. In that same time period, we lost 191 correction officers. That equates to a net loss of 60 officers in just the last 3 years. When I bring this up many times to those in the county, I'm met with the same reaction that staffing is still an issue there. Didn't we just hire a class of 45 officers this year? Yes, that's great, but we're not keeping up with attrition, resignation, losses to other jobs, and unfortunately a few deaths here and there, God forbid. In a little more detail, in 2018 we hired 57 officers and lost 46. In 2019 we hired 23 and lost 42. In 2020, the year of COVID, we hired 0 and lost 68. In 2021 to date, we've hired 48, lost a few of those already, new hires to other jobs, etc. But all told to date, aside from those new hires, we've lost 35 so far this year. When normal retirements occur here, a lot of people leave in December. December, we're going to end up losing several more. To date, we've lost 35. We're going to lose a lot more, and we've only hired 48 this year. We definitely have a staffing problem in this department, as the sheriff reiterated before. We had a staffing problem this time last year. We had a staffing problem this time 2 years ago. Our officers many times are forced to work mandated overtime. It's an ongoing issue that never seems to get resolved here. We have retention problems, and certainly we have recruitment problems. This rolls over also not just into correction officers, it reverberates through the ranks as we go up to the top. A lot of people that are retiring are senior people, senior correction officers. There's also a lot of supervisors that retire over these years, and because we don't have the proper hiring, we're not able to make the proper promotions. So all through the ranks, we have deficits in corporals, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, just as we do with correction officers. We have retention problems, certainly have recruitment problems. We're nowhere near what's going on with our counterparts in New York City corrections, but we have to address these issues so we don't go further down the rabbit hole. Yes, our department has shrunk, due to the insanity of bail reform that we all continue to grapple with at all levels of government and law enforcement. Currently, in our present state, we calculate that we should have over 800 officers here. Anywhere from 815 to 820 officers, including through the supervisory ranks. There is talk about what's going on with our new contract. Whenever that gets done, will that change staffing or hiring needs? Does that change payroll in particular? No. Either way, contract or no contract, obviously we need bodies. As of today, we have 117 COBA members with 25 years or more on our job. Once again, our retirement is based on a 25-year retirement. We have 117 people eligible to retire right now with the base 25 years in. So those people could go at any time at their option. We currently have 49 COBA members with 30 or more years on the job, and by mid-2023 we'll have an additional 23 that will hit their 30-year mark. This all has to be taken into account, much like it is in the police department, as I will outline, and I hope I don't get dirty looks from my friends in the police department next to me, but I have to make certain comparisons to what's done here, and we go through this every year. For comparison, I point to the public safety summary in the proposed budget, where it states clearly that for the dedicated and professional members of Nassau County law enforcement, the county has implemented a program of steady hiring to ensure the police department remains strong in anticipation of attrition through retirements. Under the police department, the proposed budget maintains a sworn headcount that includes additional classes to offset anticipated attrition also increases their supervisory headcount. For the Sheriff's Department, the budget funds 2 classes up to 40 correction officers. When I first saw that, I had high hopes that it was 2 classes of 40 each for 80 officers. Apparently it's 2 classes totaling 40. That's not enough. In the budget, it also says while the inmate population is decreasing, hiring is needed to simply keep pace with attrition. For the police department, the language is the budget maintains a sworn headcount with classes to offset attrition. For us, its hiring is needed to keep pace with attrition. There's a lot of fungibility in those words. There are 2 things to be sure of here. We have not kept up with attrition here over the last several years, as I've stated those numbers. And also, the inmate population is not decreasing, as is stated in the budget. It is increasing. Under bail reform, we went from just under 1,100 inmates to 800. When COVID, at the height of it, we dipped to an all-time low of 550 inmates. We're now over 800 again, and this is before the full opening of courts and adjudication of long outstanding court cases. Our inmate population is most assuredly expected to increase. With that in mind, the approved headcount for COBA for the 2021 budget was 775. The actual onboard headcount was 745, and that was only after the hiring of these 2 classes, but not reflective of the few that left. The 2022 proposed headcount is 783, an increase of 8 over last year's proposal that wasn't met then, and is most assuredly still not enough now. As outlined in the budget for the police department, their NIFA approved number, this is for officers only, obviously, because it's not the full thing, was 1,775. Their actual onboard was 1,827 in the budget, 52 more than the approved number. The 2022 proposal is for 1,780. So I have to ask again, how is that so easily done or better done with the police department, and we continually deal with the disparity with our department? On to a couple of other things. Training has changed here somewhat, thankfully under the new sheriff, with the addition of several specialized training regimens that were implemented, including a mandated 8-hour block of mental health training. But overall, our training regimen continues to remain severely lacking when compared to other municipalities with corrections where a 40-hour yearly training regimen is the norm. This applies particularly in our supervisory ranks, where training is almost non-existent and has been for years. This is a holdover from previous administrations and needs to be seriously addressed. In the end, it all relates to liability on the part of the county. As I stated last year, this proposed budget under goals states that the department shall create policies and procedures designed to maintain officer safety, maintain or increase the current level of training in all those policies and procedures, and hold officers accountable for their understanding and implementation of them. To be clear, and once again for the record, our training issues here need to be seriously addressed, which goes hand in hand with our policies and procedures unit that was disbanded under former Sheriff Sposato and remains disbanded today, with the hopes of being restaffed under our new sheriff, but once again, we don't have enough staff. To be clear, we have reviews of our SOPs, etc., along with directives sent out to staff to review their SOPs and be familiar with them. But again, what exactly are our officers expected to understand and be held accountable with SOPs that haven't been updated in years, and if they're not going to be properly trained on an ongoing basis in them? As to other issues, next year, HALT legislation, H-A-L-T, which is Human Alternatives to Long-Term Incarceration, that was imposed by the state, will be put into place. This union, along with our downstate correction partners, where we represent over 40,000 correction officers in New York State, fought this legislation because it's dangerous. It will promote violence in our jails, and mostly importantly, for our purposes here today, is full of unfunded mandates where we will no longer be able to segregate violent predatory inmates from the general population. It's our job to protect the general population of inmates from violent predators inside, and that job was made almost impossible by the New York State Legislature and signed into law by the former governor. I'm not going to get into the specifics of HALT here. It's all about I always lose the thing about it's not isolated confinement, solitary confinement. I'm sorry, I had a little brain thing there. They talk about solitary confinement, try to make it look like it's Alcatraz. We have inmates, buried in holes underneath the jails. There's no such thing. We have administrative segregation that separates people with mental issues, people with protective custody, and violent predators in our jails and prisons. Under HALT, that's all gone away, and you just have to put people, you have to mix them together in things that are not funded, residential rehabilitation units. That all remains to be seen how that's going to come about. We'll no longer be able to segregate these violent predatory inmates from the general population. I won't get into the specifics. If anybody wants to talk about this as this thing goes into next year, I'll gladly give a tutorial or give any information for anybody on the legislature. I'll sit down with you and go over it. It's too long to go over for our purposes here. As for it being budget related, we in the unions have fought to have chapter amendments done to this law to roll back some of the HALT legislation provisions with the previous governor's council to make our jails safer. We were minimally successful, minimally being the operative word, but one amendment that was made to the state, by the state, and without our agreement, was to carve out mandated training both in our academy classes and for yearly in-service training that was in the original law but removed because of associated costs and expenses. So now we're stuck with HALT, its ramifications, its unfunded mandates on the counties, the carve-out of associated training, and most assuredly the civil liability to the county that they will now bear because of increased violence in the jails. It's just, we're living in the bizarro world in New York State right now. Under budget goals, funding for programs in the police department that have the very laudable goal of reducing crime and protecting the safety of the public are completely antithetical to correctional budget goals of simply reducing the cost of incarceration and overburdening an already overstressed probation system that is not fully equipped to monitor many times dangerous individuals released from custody. These budget theories should all work hand in hand, but they do not. How do you increase spending to enhance public safety initiatives on the front end of the criminal justice system while reducing everything on the back end? It doesn't make any sense. It flies directly in the face of logic since, for example, in our correctional facilities, we have always provided, many times under court order, drug, alcohol, and mental health treatment programs. I've spoken here before about sincerely hoping that the recent monies awarded to the county under the settlements of the opium lawsuits will be provided for programs and training in the Sheriff's Department where we deal with violent, many times mentally unstable, and drug-addicted individuals on a daily basis. As we see every year now, not just in Nassau County, but all over the state, the prioritized budget objective with corrections is to get people out of the system and back on the street as soon as possible under bail reform. This is not reform. It's all about an effort to cut the cost of incarceration, get people out of the system while providing no safety nets in the street, like drug programs, mental health treatment, for that offender, no public safety considerations with the simple release of people who need help in the first place, and absolutely no regard for the victims of crime, obviously, many times violent crime, who we all see as plain as day are completely left out of the conversation when it comes to criminal justice. There was a little bit of editorial there, and I apologize if I go on to it, but it is what it is. The main problem that we're here to talk about, that I'm here to talk about today, is the staffing. Staffing. We need bodies. The sheriff, I think he's a good man. He's got a lot of experience in corrections, over 30 years in corrections. He knows we need staffing. The county knows we need staffing. We need to get staffing in here. We've gone around, kind of danced around the subject a little bit here about how it is. We need to get bodies in. We need supervisors. We need staffing. We need staffing for all of our units, investigative units, internal criminal investigators, gang units, all of that stuff. And none of that happens unless we have staffing, and we're short. We're short by a good amount. We could probably use 100 new officers over here, and I'm not happy to see that there are only 40 budgeted for next year. That does not help. Thank you for your time.
Legislator Ford.
There's also one other thing that was in my mind. I'm sorry. You talked about raise the age before a couple of times. I made a note for myself. I just want to say for the record also that there is still litigation that should be taken into consideration about who does the transports of the adolescent offenders. The previous sheriff, before Sheriff Zarenda, gave that job to the deputies. Transportation of people that age were always under the purview of correction officers. We sued, we had arbitrations, we're still in appeals court right now, so I think that should be taken into consideration with regard to any potential staffing down the road also. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Brian. Thank you very much,
Thank
for
you, ma'am.
the happy news that you just gave us.
Right.
But
I'm always here delivering happy news.
thank you. But I guess it's just based on reality, and and I do believe the sheriff has done a fairly good job, so far. And I think you do agree with us with the staffing. And I think in a perfect world, I'd love to say that, I think if it was up to the sheriff and you could put your heads together, and the next thing you know, we'll end up having 120 new correction officers in the jail. But I guess the question now remains, Sheriff, how many people so far do we have on a list that would be ready to go into an academy? Do we know yet?
When we were preparing for a possible class right now, we believe we had about 25 that we could get fairly quick. And quick could mean within probably 6 weeks, is a good guess.
So what would then, I mean, and I, knowing, Brian, I mean, his heart and soul is this. He grew up in this environment, so he knows, the needs of the officers, and we all are all concerned. And I think that also you highlighted something else that's, very key, is that those people who become inmates, I don't know if we're allowed to call them inmates anymore, but
incarcerated individuals is a new term.
I'm sorry. The fact is that we have to try to, one of their jobs is to help keep these incarcerated individuals safe from violent people, okay? And like it or not, some of those people that are incarcerated happen to be younger people from our neighborhoods, kids that we know. And I would not want them, because I've had calls over the years from parents whose children were there. And I mean, I know they were over 18, but still, it was their child. And, making calls, trying to get things done for them, to protect them, put them here, whatever. And so there's a sense of urgency, and a concern on the part of parents. And I myself, as being a parent, I sort of take that on myself. So, so now with this new halt, I mean, it's going to get worse, for them. So probably the only defense that we have is to be able to provide more correction officers to be in the jail, so that there is, if you can't physically put them in a different building or a different wing or different floor, then at least have maybe a certain number of correction officers that could sort of be that wall, so to speak, to protect those that are not as bad as maybe some of the worst that are there. So right now, what is the factor that would keep you from saying in 6 weeks we have a class, we're swearing in a class?
So the difficulties I have now, again, as I go back to this in-service training, if I have that class, we got to stop in-service training, which we were mandated to do certain amount of mental health staff training before a certain date. That's going to be postponed, which will pass the due date. So we can do it. I mean, we get the approval and we're told we got to do 25. We can get that in there right away. The issue that we have with the halt bill coming up, this is all new to everybody, but there are avenues besides staffing that we can do to start helping with the protection of the staff and creating better behaviors. There's two things that are done nationally with the violent offenders, and this isn't here, this is all nationally. There's two programs that are considered as evidence-based that can help reduce incidents, violent behaviors, and change those actual behaviors. One of them, if you know any clinicians, one of the biggest ones in the country is called MRT, Moral Recognition Therapy. Another one is called, it's a Hustle 2.0. Both of these have been identified as Department of Justice as the #1 possibility of changing behaviors of those that are the most violent. We're already looking into how we can do this with those offenders in our population that are considered the behavior management units with the change of the halt bill, and how we can introduce these tablets that you said as incentives for behavior and intelligence, because it works both ways with these tablets. My thought on this halt bill is we're going to utilize these tablets, which I call program devices. We're going to use them so that inmates have a value of those, that there's actually a reason why an offender does not want to lose these tablets. We'll use it as corrective behaviors. So what inmates, again, incarcerated individuals look at is they do not want to lose things that they want. And that's like everyone's behavior. So if we have these program devices, and they do things on those devices that incarcerated individuals will have a problem with losing, I'm going to use that as corrective behaviors for them, for incentives or disincentives for their behavior that they do. These other programs, like the MRT, we have a meeting on the 14th of this month for companies that do this on the tablets, how you can do that, and that changes behavior. So I'm hoping that this is going to be other avenues we can do if we don't have more staffing to open up additional housing. This might be able to replace that.
So when we look at correction offices, we're short-staffed, and all of a sudden you have like an influx of inmates that come in. So like you had testified that almost on a daily basis, somebody is forced to work 16 hours rather than their normal 8-hour tour, which is acceptable by the State Department of Labor and OSHA, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. So those that give the training, for the in-house training, are they the same individuals that will then go into the academy and train prospective candidates for in the academy?
So yes and no. So we have a identified academy staff, which I believe is 5. Those are permanently assigned to the academy that will do it. We also have identified up to 20 additional staff that work in regular assignments during the day that have been trained to train. So they get pulled from their areas. If we have a class of 50, like I said, I would be pulling more officers off the line that are trained to train, pull them off, and they will be able to produce and do the training.
But, so is it possible, like we say in the next 6 weeks, they do the, all of these staff people would then do the mandated in-house training, that even if they have to do it, if they have to work sometimes 16 hours a day, I'm not forcing it on them, I know, I'm not, but we're in a dire situation. We're looking at something that is not going to be sustainable, and we need to start taking drastic measures for this. So if you had, for the next 6 weeks, if some of the people could step up the in-house training to get a little bit ahead of it, and then we could then start the class in 6 weeks. We can get 25, hopefully even 30 people that then could be correction officers, get them start, like, so that they go through the academy. And even if they had to teach the academy class during the day, but if they had to go and do 3 or 4 hours afterwards to do in-house training to fulfill a mandate, I think that might be something that can be doable. I mean, I know that I was a big person on overtime. I'll admit that. So I hate to always say this, but if we're making correction officers who have 25 or 30 years on the job, telling them, after 8 hours, no, you're not going home. You got to wait. And I know, because I know people who work there, that sometimes even they do work more than 16 hours, okay? Because of, if people, COVID, or if correction officers, if all of a sudden you have a correction officer that gets hurt, then that person has to go to the hospital, then you need somebody there. When we're looking at HALT, I mean, we're talking then about, and I think it's great with, this, you're going to then have to hire people to administer the new programs, for, I guess, these clinicians, whatever they are, to oversee these iPad, iTablet, whatever. So, but I really think that we honestly have to take a look at this and say that we have to do whatever we have to do to get that class started in 6 weeks, because then, and then we're going to look at civil service, okay? Because it seems to be, out of all of the departments that I speak with and everybody who talks about any roadblocks that they face, for some odd reason, it's civil service, that when they finally get the okay to hire people, the drag time is civil service. So, Brian, I'm not telling them how they should run the jail, but I really think that this is critical. It really and truly is. So I'm hoping that the administration is listening and realizing that this is something that's very important, that we need to take a look at this. And for me, then I would like to know from them, I mean, and I know your heart is in the right place, and I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I will put this administration on the spot saying, then give me a good reason why you do not think that a class can start in 6 weeks. Because I think it's unfair to those that are already incarcerated. I think it's totally unfair to our correction officers that are already there. And I think it's unfair to you and your staff, because I think you really, truly are trying to do your best. Because I saw the improvements when I did that visit. I visibly saw these improvements. So I think that you are trying, but I think it's now time for all of us to say, you know what, we're going to join you on this, and let's all work together. That's all I'm saying.
Legislative Ford, if I could just add to that, I'm sorry. The one thing that we need to do here, and we need to do a much better job of in this county, is recruitment. And as of now, to my knowledge, there is no next correction officer test that's scheduled. To my knowledge, we just finished up a list and broke into the next list, but there's not even 1,000 people on that list. I hate to say this, 34 years ago, I took the test for this job with about 15,000 people. When over the last 5-6 years, there's no real recruitment process, there's no advertising process. We've given tests where there's 500, 600, 700 people taking these tests, maybe 1,000 people take the tests. And when you start wading through them with medical, psychs, backgrounds, and all of that, you're lucky to get 50 or 100 viable candidates out of 750 people that took a test. So we need to get another test scheduled, because they're already broken into this last one that's there, and we need to do a much better job in recruitment.
And we could really look to diversify. I mean, when you look at the blending that's happening in Nassau County to a certain degree, there's so many opportunities, and I think that it sends a message to a lot of people, to a lot of young residents, that, when we stress the importance of, we have this Boost Nassau program, we have this to help small businesses. We want them to hire people. We want them to promise, give futures to people. And what are we doing? We're doing nothing, okay? Not even to have a test. I mean, let's schedule that test. Let's get the 6-week class in. Let's get it, within 6 weeks, I'm sure you could come up with some sort of a test, or however you do it for recruitment. And let's really be vibrant about it, because let's send a message to the residents in Nassau County that we believe in them, and we believe that their children can be the next class of correction officers and people that can be contributing members to our communities.
This job was a great job when I took it, and
Yeah.
it's still a great job now.
It is.
The problem we have a lot with
Yeah.
with the recruitment and retention is all the stuff that's going on in the world, the anti-law enforcement sentiment, everything else, the bail reform. People see this and they think, why do I want to work in an environment like that? Listen, this job's been great to me over the last 33 years, and I'd recommend it to people. I tell people that they're going to do it, but we have to change the overall scope of things here so people would be interested in doing jobs like this.
And I think on a new recruitment level, we can do that, really throw a positive spin on it. And when you talk about, the new ideas that they have, the very violent criminals and whatever. But I really think, and I agree with you, I think the message has to be sent, because I have friends and relatives that work they're under your care, sir. So, but I would like to see, and I could think of a number of younger people, young men and young women that probably would love to have this job, and I think they would do great at it, So I'm hoping that, I could get a consensus with everybody sitting up here with me, that I think that is something that we really have to push. And I'm not going to ask Katie to come up and speak, but I do hope, Katie, that you are listening, and you understand that this is urgency, and I'm not letting it go, okay? So, Brian, I'm with you on this one, okay?
Thank you.
And thank you, sir. I appreciate all that you've done so far. And you too, Brian. Okay.
Legislator Ferretti.
Hello, Brian. Thank you for your presentation. You always seem to educate me in some aspect, although that might not be a good thing, because it keeps me up at night, usually, from what I learn from you. But you mentioned some things in your presentation that I was listening to, but I didn't actually get to take down some of the numbers, so maybe you can educate me again. You indicated that before bail reform, the inmate number, the head count was at what number?
It was over 1,000, about close to 1,100.
Okay. Sheriff, do you have the exact number, or?
No, the last thing I did see was 1083, and I think that was November of 2019.
Yep.
But we can get those exact numbers, but it is pretty close to what Brian
And
said.
then in the beginning, the first quarter of 2020, what was the inmate head count?
So what I can give you that I know as a fact was in August of 2020 was our very low that the agency has ever had, was 557. As of today, our numbers, and what you got to be careful of is what do you mean by our count population. I talk about our in-house, which those that are at the correctional center and NUMC or the outside hospital. I'm not talking about the ones that are in Suffolk County that we send or Westchester, because we do have other incarcerated that are outside of our facility. I'm talking about just the ones that are physically on my in-house count. 557 in August 2020. Today was 753.
So you knew my next question.
Yep.
All right. Now, Brian, since you brought it up, so you had between November of 2019 and August of 2020 a reduction of roughly 50%.
Yeah,
It was cut in half.
yes, yeah,
And that,
at the height of COVID.
and that was, okay, was that because of COVID or was it because of bail reform or something else?
It was a combination of both.
Okay.
The main thing was about 300-plus inmates that we lost because of bail reform. They were dribbled out of the facility the last couple of weeks, right before bail reform went in, because nobody wanted to see 300 inmates walking up Carmen Avenue at the same time on January 1st when bail reform took effect. So they were dribbled out over the last 2 weeks or so. But then when COVID hit, we lost another 300.
What were some of the offenses that those 300 or so were charged with that were released?
No, everything soup to nuts. Especially after bail reform, they were not keeping. You know, I'm on the record many times saying this, that before bail reform, many of the people that were being released were in for heinous crimes, heavy-duty drug charges. There was sex crimes. There were assaults, gun charges, manslaughter, things like that. After bail reform, when those, what they considered to be low-level nonviolent crimes, and I'll be damned if they're nonviolent crimes, but they're described that way in the penal law, we're keeping pretty much the worst of the worst.
When you say nonviolent crimes, what about robbery? Was that considered nonviolent?
Armed robbery, right.
Was that considered nonviolent?
Yes. Under the certain aspects of it, certain levels of it.
How about burglary?
Burglary was definitely on the list.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Brian.
Welcome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, legislators.
Next presentation is the Department of Probation.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, good afternoon. All right, my name is John Plakis. I'm the probation director. Thank you for your diligent overview of our budget. The probation department is currently satisfied with our budget this year. We just hired in the last month 12 probation officer trainees, and we currently canvass for other open vacancies. Our family and criminal division have appropriate staffing levels to complete their assignments. At the juvenile detention center, we have increased our staff there by 6 youth worker aides and 3 part-time RNs, and we continue to canvass for open positions. Our staffing level is currently over 200, which includes probation and juvenile detention staff, full-time and part-time. That's the highest level we've been in years. We are currently open for your questions.
Anyone? No. Well, thank you for your presentation. It was wonderful. Clear, concise. Anyone? No. Okay, seriously. We're done.
Okay.
I hope it wasn't too strenuous.
No. Thank you.
Police.
Sir, if you want me to drop the mic, I will, and I'll walk out now. What's going to happen, huh?
All right, you're prepared to entertain us for a while?
Excuse me?
You're prepared to entertain for a while?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, good. Go for it.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving us this time to talk about our budget. This Police Commissioner Patrick Ryder. I am here with Inspector Bill Field from our Personnel and Accounting Bureau. We've gone over the budget, as you all have too, and we are satisfied with our budget, and we're here to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Hello, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm very good, sir.
So is crime up or crime down here in Nassau County?
Crime is down for the third year in a row. We are down about 7% as of 6.5% as of this morning.
Is that in all categories?
That covers, murders are down. I got it here. Our murders are down 45%. Our robberies, which is our street robberies, are down 13%. Our burglaries are up by commercial robberies are up by 1 over last year, which was a record low last year. Assaults are up 3.3%. Burglary residentials are down 8%. Commercial burglaries are down 28%. Stolen vehicles down 15%. Grand larcenies down 3.04 with a total of 6.83. And that is after last year a record low in just about every category.
Good, good. How are we doing in the gun shooting categories? It seems that I last recall there's a huge increase from the prior year, but that number was only through about mid-year.
Yep.
I know that there's been a rash of gun shootings in my area, my district, or very close to my district over the last few months. Green Acres, Valley Stream, Elmont, New Hyde Park, areas where we haven't traditionally seen those kinds of incidents. So it appears that there's an increase. I don't know if there really is, but maybe you could address that, and then what additional resources you need to combat the increase in gun violence.
Yeah, so if you look at our shooting incidents involving injury, we are down as far as the 5-year average. We are up slightly. Actually, we are flat at 17, the same as last year's 17. When you look at shooting victims, when a person was hit, last year it was 18, we're up to 23. And then individuals killed by gun violence, last year was 7, this year it is 3. So we are actually shootings where gun shootings are involved at each other, we are down, especially across the 5-year average. What the shootings that is referred to is that when people, and we've seen it more and more this year, step outside their house, take out a gun from their house and fire it in the air, that's a shooting in Nassau County. If you go to New York City, that is not a shooting. If you go out to Suffolk, that is not a shooting. We count all shootings because that's why we have Shot Spotter. So in the areas and some of the areas outside the Shot Spotter, we had seen that slight increase in those shootings.
Okay, so you mentioned Shot Spotter. Shot Spotter is currently deployed in 7 communities, I think, 2 cities, 5 other areas.
In Nassau County, it's in Long Beach. It's in Roosevelt, Uniondale. We are in part of Freeport, not all of Freeport, but a good part of Freeport. We are in also Elmont and Little North Valley Stream.
Little North Valley Stream, okay.
A little of North, I'm sorry, a little bit of North.
North Valley Stream. So,
I created a new town.
right, so would it behoove us to expand the program to where these additional shootings are occurring? I know there's been Hicksville, Massapequa, recently New Hyde Park. One of the things I would like to see is the Shot Spotter program expand a little bit throughout the county more, on both ends, the west and the east end. You've kind of got, the central corridor, you've kind of got locked up pretty much, which I could understand because that traditionally has been our drug trafficking avenue, the center of the county, from Long Beach up to Glen Cove and the communities in between. But I would like to see it expanded. What are your thoughts on expanding that program?
Every time we looked at expanding Shot Spotter, it's gotten more expensive, just like any company. Once they sell you, they got you, they want to raise that fee. Our shootings have gone historically down in Nassau County. Our homicides have gone, we are at record lows of homicides. Safest county in America 2 years in a row, and again, we're going to hit a hat trick probably this year because of our low crime numbers again this year. So every time you look to expand, the community gets insulted. When we went to moving into Elmont, we took a lot of backlash from that. And to be honest with you, it doesn't prove the value of what it costs to do it. Our cops are responding. They're efficient. We had 3 bank robberies in the last 3 days. Between our cops and our detectives, all 3 bank robbers were arrested in the last 3 days. So we're getting better and better at policing. Our shootings are extremely low, but ShotSpotter is going extremely high.
So you talk about responding, so response times, or let's say calls for, calls into precincts. My understanding is that all precincts are similarly manned, equipped, you know, it's a kind of a template mode, but not all precincts handle the same amount of workloads. For instance, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the 5th precinct, I understand, handles about 92 to 95,000 calls a year. The next closest precinct handles 62 to 65,000, but yet the 5th precinct doesn't have a third more resources than the rest. Why not if they're answering a third or more of the calls here in the county?
Because these are union mandated minimum posts. They're not minimum manning, it's minimum post that we must fill. So we fill all the posts, and then we add plain clothes units, we've added pop units, community affairs, we now have a gun suppression team, we've added to the gang unit. So when you keep adding to these resources to fill up those gaps, the 5th, the 3rd, and the 1st are 3 of your highest volume call areas. And the reason being, the 5th has the mall, the 3rd has the mall, and the 1st has the Roosevelt Uniondale area, which has taken a drastic reduction in crime over the last several years, and violence. So that drives our numbers up in those call volumes, but we have assigned additional posts to the mall at Green Acres, additional posts to the mall at Roosevelt Field, our busiest mall area, and then, of course, we've had additional resources down in the Roosevelt Union area. That's what's given us such a reduction, even though the call volume is always high in those areas, and especially last year with COVID. But we've still seen a reduction in crime and been able to handle the volume, no issues. If I was going to increase, I'd have to negotiate with the unions to add additional posts in those precincts.
But if the service calls are traditionally high in the 5th precinct, you would agree they're the highest in the county. Why aren't we moving now to make some changes to the template model? Because if they're not going to go down, service calls, they're going to continue to stay where they are or continue to rise.
Well, we have. We've added, like I said, we went from 1 pop cop to 4 pop cops. We have a plainclothes unit in the 5th. The only plainclothes units that exist in the county are the 5th, the 3rd, and the 1st, for those same reasons. We have a mall assigned detail that is at the Valley Stream Mall there. So we have added the addition that compared to like the 8th precinct, which only has 18 postcards, compared to the 5th precinct, which may have 25, I believe is the number of postcards. So we've added additional posts already in there, and then we take CERT, COPE, VSO, and we move them on the board. If I create a post, once I create it, I can't move that person, right? He's got to be filled, it's got to be manned. When the other 3 units, I can move them on the board as I need. So COPE, CERT, VSO, if there's an uptick in crime or volume, crime issues, we'll move them in there. If there's a community need, that we'll move them in there. We'll move a community affairs in there. We'll have POP address it. We'll have the plainclothes addresses. So the additional resources are there. The call volume is static. It's not going up. It's not going down. And you can't count 2020 because it was just a different world. But we have adjusted our pieces, and that's why we experience such low crime numbers as we have.
Yeah, no, thank goodness the crime levels are low. The similarly to the staffing of the precincts, equipment-wise, you know, I'm a military guy. Inspector was here, I think, about a month ago, talking about replacement engines for the aviation helicopters to have 2 replacement engines always available, so you can pull and plug basically while those go out for maintenance. Great concept to have a backup so you can keep the helicopters in the air. What are we doing on our vehicles though? Do we have a float pool of vehicles and we're doing these, you're changing your shifts at the post. The cars get, traditionally it's 65, 70, 80,000 miles a year on them, and so it's a lot of maintenance that's always required. Do we have an adequate fleet, and is that fleet mission ready, mission capable at all times?
So we have been extremely struggling in getting vehicles because of the COVID. Chips, and we have, I think it's 38 vehicles coming in the next 2 weeks. But we didn't get anything last year because we couldn't get a car, and we're still struggling. We have an order out for 80 vehicles, but I'm only getting 38 in the next couple weeks, which is still 6 months behind. So what I do know is that our mechanics will not put a vehicle on the road that is not safe. It may not be the prettiest, it may be a high mileage vehicle, but if it's not safe, our mechanics do a great job of making sure that the safety of the officer involved. That being said, we definitely are struggling on vehicles. We stay on top of it. The objective is to hire a steady, buy a steady amount of vehicles each year, but 2020 just threw us for a loop. So we're still chasing it. They're coming. Okay. We finally got word that we're getting to 38 next 2 weeks.
So you got 38. They'll be on the road though 6 to 7 months later. By the time you have to modify them, outfit them, paint them, equip them.
We buy more and more.
Put long guns in them, which
right.
we'll talk about in a minute.
We buy more and more vehicles that come more equipment in it. So now we got to put lights, we got to stripe them, and then we got to put the radio communications into it. So that all gets done.
And is all the glass on the vehicles bulletproof?
They are not bulletproof in Nassau County, no.
They're not, okay. Is that something we should have? Or
it's probably one of the most expensive thing to do is buy bulletproof glass. Not that a cop's life is not as important, but we don't have those shootings, we don't have those crimes, thank God. We do lock our station houses now. We do have new security signage and everything to keep people off our property. You got to get buzzed to come into a precinct, which is not the way we normally service the people in Nassau County. We are open for business. But due to those threats that have occurred over the years, we keep the doors locked now.
Sure. And then just looping back to the equipping the vehicles, does every vehicle have a long gun in it? I know we talked about this in past years.
We are the only police department in the country that has an emergency service unit, which has doubled in size in the last 4 years. We have a Bureau of Special Operations, which you either have one or the other. We have both, which we put out several cars a day. We've given our long guns to our pop cops. We've given our long guns to our COPE unit and our CERT unit, and there are additional long guns that are out there. And our Homeland Security officers out there every single day with our schools on the assessments.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, we have other legislators. I just wanted to jump in real quickly. First of all, thank you for the abbreviated presentation. We appreciate it. Go right to the point. We really appreciate that. I wanted to focus on this third to last slide, Nassau County 2021 major crime numbers.
Yep.
What is robbery com?
Robbery commercial.
Okay.
It's abbreviated for the form.
And burglary other?
Burglary other, so you have residential, burglary other is commercial burglaries.
I wanted to point out, obviously, the numbers with some of these categories are great. I mean, fantastic. Murder is down almost 50%. But even though total major crimes is down by 6.83%, you did see an increase in rapes and criminal sexual acts and in sexual abuse, robbery commercial, I guess, going up, as well as assault felony. So there's, I mean, in the overall good news, there's other aspects of this, I think, that need focus.
And they're also single-digit numbers. Right, so they wouldn't even, in normal statistical value, you wouldn't put a number on it because it stays in the single digits, but they're single-digit crime numbers. We are historic low in every single category last year. So now you're going to see some bumps. When you look at, and I know as you mentioned on the commercial burglaries, it went up by 1. We used to average 200 a month 5 years ago. Now, last year, we finished under 200 as far as our commercial burglaries go, our residential burglaries, and if you look at right now, we were talking about robberies. With our robberies, now we're at 132 as far as our street robberies, showing violence is down, and the commercial burglaries went up by 1. And again, historic lows over the last several years.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good point. And I think actually as these numbers fluctuate, you can probably draw the wrong conclusions. If you see some of these major crimes going up slightly, it's going to be a greater percentage because the numbers are so low.
Correct.
So I appreciate that. Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Some questions. I want to, of course, thank you for your hard work, and of course our men and women in blue who do the best job in the world at protecting us. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
You mentioned some bank robberies a few minutes ago, and I don't know for sure, but I do know I've seen some pictures of police cars at banks over the last week or so, specifically this week. I've also some emails have been sent to me by constituents wanting to know some information about it. And my understanding is those 3 bank robberies were in the vicinity of my district, very close to my district. And I've actually received an email today that there was a 4th today in Bethpage.
I think that was the 3rd.
Okay. Perhaps it was 2. I got multiple emails on the same one and just different picture angles, and it looked like that. But that's obviously an alarming trend that in the last week alone we've had multiple bank robberies. Is that a crime that is eligible for release with an appearance ticket if they're arrested?
Not an appearance ticket, but that would not be an appearance ticket at the station house. It would be a release at arraignment. It depends on if the threat was with a gun and there is a gun, no, he will not get out. If the threat was, let's say he makes a threat that he had a gun and there was no gun, but we don't know that, and he got away and we arrested him the next day without the gun, it's still a threat with a gun. He would not get bail.
And what if there was no threat of a gun?
If there was just a note, he'd probably get bail, yes.
He would probably get bail? What do you mean by that?
I mean, he would get no bail. He'd walk out.
So if somebody is arrested for robbing a bank without a gun, they get out?
That's correct.
So theoretically, since Sunday, this could have been the same person?
Well, we didn't catch him, but now we've got him, yes.
Okay, so we don't know if it was the same person robbing all the banks?
One guy robbed 2. The TD Bank was robbed by one individual. He robbed it twice. And then the 2 individuals that were caught this morning robbed the bank up in Bethpage.
So the guy who robbed it twice, was it the same guy? Was he arrested twice?
No. He got away the first time, and then we got him today.
All right, thank you. It's something that my constituents have been emailing me about, because if you look at the banks, they're all kind of, I don't want to say, I don't know if I'm allowed to say where they are or not, I don't want to.
No.
They're around my area, so it's a little concern. Legislator Gaylord talked about the car issue. I think we went over that, so great. How about radios? Where are we with radios? Are all of our radios functioning? Do we have an ample amount of radios?
So we had a problem with the radios as far as losing frequency depending on the humidity and temperature in the air. That has now been fixed. There is a backup radio in every single police car now. If this radio is experiencing that ducting, as they call it, they can flip now to the new radio. CB will say, go to the different frequency, and they will use that radio, and it works fine. The process of buying these radios and implementing the new system is in place. We're still, it's a time and working its way through as far as purchasing, getting them, and installing everything.
All right, so are officers still being asked to use their cell phones as a backup?
No, sir. They have a backup radio. Each car has now a backup radio, and so does each cop have a backup radio. If there's a cop that works in a plain clothes, they have a backup radio.
So they're not being asked to use their cell phones as a backup? I don't know if there's multiple layers of backups. I don't know what the...
Well, God forbid you your radios don't work, and that's a technical world that sometimes it hasn't happened with the second radio, but with every car has been equipped with a cell phone, not just for that purpose. The main purpose, what is that they can do photos from there and access other databases in the car now.
Okay, so just to be clear, every officer has a radio, working radio, and a backup in the car?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my last question, the body cams, are they up now specifically in the 8th precinct? It was going to be rolled out in the 8th precinct, right?
Yeah. So all the body cameras in the 8th precinct, from the inspector down to the plainclothes unit, everybody in that precinct has a body camera and working. In the 5th precinct, we rolled it along the city line. All of those cops along the city line post have their body camera. Everybody in the 5th precinct was trained. The next batch of radios arrive on the 15th, next week. They will be immediately dispersed to complete the entire 5th precinct. 2 weeks, we start training for the 1st and the 3rd precinct on the next 2 rollouts, and then as the cameras come in, we'll issue them to them. We will be on schedule as of right now, unless distribution has an issue. We should outfit the entire police department before January 1.
But specifically the 8th precinct, if an officer comes to the scene, they have their body camera on.
And we've had unbelievable success. You know, you're always looking for a problem, like to see what can break. It's been super successful, and the cops are really embracing it. We've always got to change things on when you keep it on, when you keep it off. Those things we're working through. We have a meeting with the unions next week to go over and say, okay, what are we seeing as an issue that we can make better? We had a fire rescue in, it's really Muscarella's area, I believe, but that fire that went down where that young man died, unbelievable video. Not video that we'd show to the public, but video that showed the heroics of both the medic, the cops, and the civilians, the family members that were using sledgehammers to get into this house. And we rescued one person right behind the door that we pulled out. Unfortunately, that young man lost his life, though.
All right. Well, thank you.
Legislator Ford.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you very much for your testimony over here. Okay. Okay. Where are we, from what I understand, I've been following the school bus camera issue, and I know that falls under your jurisdiction. And it seems that the contract is still with NIFA. And I'd like to know, how do we get this to move along?
So I don't know the decision-making at NIFA, but I do know that we've met with the county exec and the chief executive 2 weeks ago. The program is ours to make sure it's up and running. Sergeant Conley, as you all know, Sergeant Conley from Homeland, is responsible for that program. We've met with the vendor, met with the schools. It's now just a process of waiting for the final go from NIFA, and then we will start with the process.
And, I guess, do we know how long NIFA has had this contract? Oh, Katie, okay, you might as well come over. I'm sorry.
No, NIFA has 30 days to approve a contract, but they can request more time. My understanding is at the last NIFA board meeting, there was not a quorum, so I don't believe they took any action.
So then we have to wait 30 days?
You have to, for their next meeting. The NIFA board has 30 days to review and approve a contract, but they can always request additional time, and I'm not aware if they've done it on this contract or not.
So how long have they had this contract?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I don't know that off the top of my head.
So then if they don't have a quorum, they can't vote on it, so then it would be an additional 30 days because they meet once a month, correct?
They can request additional time. There's not usually an additional 30 days. It's just they request additional time and they're granted that additional time.
Are they aware that this is a big safety issue? I mean, I know most of them don't live in Nassau County, and obviously they don't have school children. So, I really, it's very important. I have a school district that keeps asking me. They have their own bus transportation, and you've always been so gracious responding to me. But I'm getting to be very disgruntled over this, because this is something that has been going on for way too long. And I'm very anxious, to get this program up and working, because, we are, thankfully, nothing very bad has happened, but, I think it's time to start correcting a lot of these drivers, especially the ones that go speeding. They're not going to, they could care less what's before them. And we've seen, unfortunately, a lot of deaths due to speeding. And so I'm just really not happy with NIFA and just even this whole process in regard to this, because it really is, I don't know, to me it's embarrassment, but thank you. All right, so then I'll get off the question because you're not administering it just yet. So, all right, public safety officers. Are they what you consider the security officers in the budget?
They are, yes, that's correct.
Okay, how many do we have in,
So currently, right now, the on board is 35. We have a budget for 36, who are one under.
Why, considering the fact that we have our parks, our county parks, we've been having issues, and, God bless our officers in the 4th Precinct, that have been responding. But, more and more it just seems to be that there's issues over in that park. And I think that it has been expressed to the Deputy County Executive at a meeting that the residents are very unnerved by the fact that you have people coming from all over that come into this park. And when there are situations that there is nobody around. We had a mother who was surrounded by a group of teenagers, because she happened to have touched their bikes. And, it was a very tense 15 minutes. And the people who did ultimately respond to a call were 2 teenage girls in a golf cart, okay? And I did advise the people who did speak to me that always call 911. You don't have to look for park personnel, but always dial 911 because our officers are always close by. And they have been, Commander Olson has been having them patrol the park. They've been doing that. But I think what we need, and I think what a lot of my residents are asking for, is somebody to always be there. And we can't afford to have a police officer, but we do have our public safety officers that can actually fulfill that requirement. And so I'd like to know, is there any way of being able to establish permanent posts in many of our parks? Because they're big, they're in isolated areas in certain instances. I don't know how people find the ones in Bay Park. I don't know how outsiders find this park, but they do. And, when we look at Nickerson is a long Lido, but it is also a vast piece of property. And so I'm asking, with the public safety officers, how do we increase that and give that sense of security to our residents, knowing that, those public safety officers can contact the police much faster, basically, than a resident can.
So we're talking about Bay Park down there, and it's a huge park.
Yes.
With the treatment center right in the middle. Treatment center has its own private security inside the treatment center. When the boat ramp is open, there's somebody at the boat ramp.
Right.
But what happens is, because the way the park circles around, and obviously the golf course has people in the golf course, we have a roaming post that goes through there. We've had several complaints that we've gotten, and some you may be aware of. Inspector Molds is on that. We are signing our cops in there more regularly. And we're also going to look at putting more frequent posts of our public safety. The problem is, public safety does a great job, but they really become the ears and the eyes of us, right, to reach out to us. They don't have enforcement powers. They are the people they're the watchmen. They make sure that things are okay. So what we'll do is we'll increase that time in there. Inspector Molds has already increased the cops in there, and we're putting the special patrol details down there.
I would appreciate it because with the parks, only because, you have, elderly people, you have mothers and fathers with young children, and then what happens is then there could be confrontations. People are very frightened. They see something. They may react, because they think that they're the only sense of defense that they have. So I would really like to avoid any type of things getting out of hand. And even like during the day when people are there, to just provide a permanent post, public safety. And because they interfaith, and I know that the cops are always there. I mean, they're on bicycles, they're in their cars and everything like that. So that's one thing. The ambulances. How are we with our medics and our ambulances? Because I know... Because we're leaving the police medics, I guess, at the same number, correct? We're not increasing headcount.
No, we did. We increased it with the agreement when we did the review that time.
Right.
Right? So that number went up to 151. We are on board at 135. We are short 16 right now because of retirements. We have a PRF that was approved for 16. We have 10 that are ready to hire. So we're going to start calling them in the next 2 weeks and start the class.
Perfect. And what would be the cause of delay to bring the other, to fulfill the 151? Where do you see the drawbacks?
It's just their process. So, and we heard several of the agencies before. To give you an example, in the Sheriff's Department, there are currently 25 people ready to go. there's another 40 in the pipe. We always have people in the pipe, you know, that's passed certain things. I've got cops that passed physicals we may never get to, but they passed the physical. So we always keep people in the pipe and keep it moving. The problem is when you get a massive retirements, as we saw with COVID, you're always playing catch-up. The medics training is sometimes even harder than it is for a police officer regarding the fact that we train them as individual medics. They're not a two-man ambulance like in New York City. And that's a big-time adjustment, as you've heard from Chris and Ronnie several times. So they're in their union discussions, which I am not part of. But as far as the head count goes, we're moving to higher. If we get the other 6, they'll be about 3-4 weeks behind them. But we got the approval for the PRF for 16, and they're going forward.
And then where are we with the ambulances? Do we have, how many ambulances do we have?
So 22 posts? So it's 28 posts during the day. That means you've got to have 28 buses to put out there, right? So we have had, when there was a transition in the mechanics shifting from DPW back to the PD, there was a issue of moving bodies. We fell slightly behind. Buses go down constantly. We need new buses. I'm doing the same problem. We're keeping them alive to get them on the street in a safe manner, but the problem is we're still behind in the ordering. They're scheduled for 10 new buses to come in. I'm just waiting for for them to come in and get them stacked.
Would they be, like, because of the chip shortage? Is that something?
I don't know. It's not just the chip shortage. You know, in the PDs, in the Explorers, yes, it is. Not so much in the buses. It's more the fact of manufacturers not having the resources to create.
And do we, would we also then, I guess, like when everybody's talking about having that one spare part, do you think that we could eventually have one spare ambulance so that
if I go back 2 years ago, I would start off every day, you get a morning briefing from the medics, and they'll say all posts are staffed on good days, all posts are staffed, 28 buses out, there are 7 buses ready to go that are that stacked and ready to run. The problem is when 2020 is put us behind, so we don't have that reserve. And not that it was the greatest reserve, but it was a reserve. You know, the car brake goes down because of the power, we switch it out and we put it back on the road. And the medics do a phenomenal job of doing that.
Well, they are good. All right. When we talk about, I guess, like different, you know, and I know that, you know, Legislator Gaylor, you know, talked about what long guns and I guess the shot spotter. But where are we with the license plate readers? You know, we were going to put them on bridges and on the entrance and exits of the Southern State or whatever.
We had bought a large purchase with asset forfeiture. We got some CRP money from several of and we also got state money. We have just rolled out about 30 brand new locations with new LPRs. They're up and running. We have still a bunch that we're deploying. We have the company doing it, so they're putting them out throughout Nassau County. We're probably going to have a couple of hundred locations covered by the time this is done, and that's a lot. Now we also buy in with Freeport system, Hempstead system. They have their own. So we're grabbing them and we have them all on one platform. So it continues to grow.
Don't forget Long Beach. We have
yes,
some
yes,
too.
we have in Long Beach. Yes, with Shot Spotter too.
And then, sorry. Okay, the last, you know, just to let you know, probably sometime in November, we will be having a public safety hearing to go over the police reform plan, to get updated information as to where we are with, you know, all the initiatives that we passed and everything, and so we can find out, like, the numbers. I know you were doing data collection and things like that.
We are doing all that data collection. We put our 6-month report up in July for June, and the next 6-month report, I just did a peek at it now, and the numbers are looking really, really good. So in February for January, when it closes, in January for the end of December, we will put the next 6-month numbers up. We've educated all of our detectives and all of our supervisors on the new diversity training. They've all gone through the training. The PBA is starting in 2 weeks. We're going to start bringing cops in and get them all through it. By the end of the year, we'll have the entire job into the new diversity training program. Our response for mental aid and stuff, working with mobile crisis. We've already started some of that. We're doing the training, as you heard earlier, through our communications bureau, is getting all of that training. They have extra staffing. They are hiring. They've actually responded to several of our calls already to assist us out there in the county. So that's going to get up and work very well for all of us.
Okay, because I know that with the 911 Bureau, like, you know, one of the things that we're looking at is in police reform, or that with the mental health, you know, so that we coordinate. And I know that we, on a top cop, and you demonstrated how these officers, through their training, did not arrest the person. They didn't come in as gangbusters.
Right.
They were very sensitive to the individual, and you know, they were able to calm the person down without any incident and be able to then get them to a hospital. So I know that, so I'm hoping that we could eventually see the documentation that you give to the 911 operators when they get these type of calls, because I'm curious.
That's
to
already
see.
done. They already have that.
Okay.
It's the blueprint, what they follow. The mobile crisis has hired several of the extra members that they needed. They're just waiting for a couple more, and the training process is going on as we speak.
Okay. And on the, with body cameras, I know that we're giving them to our sworn officers. Are we anticipating or contemplating allowing the civilian side of the police force, like whether or not public safety officers and/or our police medics, to wear body cams?
That would be a decision that's contractual. Obviously, the unions would have to negotiate that with the county exec's office, so I don't get involved in that.
Okay.
My part is to get this thing rolling, and I'm getting it done.
I don't want to keep adding on to you, because I'm good at that. But, you know, but I thank you very much. I really appreciate your responses.
Thank you.
Okay, Legislator Millet and then Minority Leader Abrahams.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner, I just want to congratulate you on us being named as the safest community, safest county 2 years in a row. It's an incredible accomplishment. And I think I can safely speak for everyone up here how much we appreciate everything that you and all of the men and women in your departments do to make that happen. And I also appreciate your comments in looking at statistics, to be careful about how you look at statistics. Because since we're at record lows, historic lows right now, if we see a bump that perhaps it's not cause for alarm necessarily, we have to look at it more closely. And so, you know, I think that's good information for all of us to have looking to the future.
Thank you.
I just want to add to something that Legislator Ford said, that she's going to be calling a public safety hearing in November, and you said that probably in January you'll have your next 6-month gathering of data from the police reform. Would it be possible to compile something kind of a
So, like we just talked about numbers, the problem becomes now we'll get small samplings.
Yep.
And small samplings can work to my favor or kill me, you know? And that's why we picked that 6. Suffolk does it every year. We do it every 6 months. And I think that's a good, and look, we saw an improvement in our numbers that we liked, we were getting comfortable with. From my peak the other day, it's starting to go in that same direction, which is a good thing to see. It's policing in you know, based on probable cause, based on evidence, based on where the crime numbers are, but it's also policing on what is fair and for the community. So.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Will you be able to address any trends that you're seeing at the November meeting?
100%. I can actually speak about that. Yeah.
Okay, great. But what I wanted to really ask you about was the opioid/drug crisis that we saw. We had seen great progress, and then COVID hit, and we saw some really dramatic spikes. And we're here to talk about the budget. So what I want to know is, do you feel that we have what you need in order to address that spike in the budget?
I have what I need regarding the opioid crisis. What I didn't have was the control of it because of COVID. We couldn't do the aftercare visits. We didn't get them in front of diversion court. Look, bail reform is what bail reform is, but what happens to me in that world is, instead of me bringing the drug user in front of the diversion judge today, where he could say, you can go this way or that way, he doesn't go back for 30 days. And a drug user get let out on his own, so I think the district attorney's trying to work with some ways that we can better address that also. We're working in partner with them. We'll get the numbers back. That was the one number that we are not happy with, because we had so much gain, and then we lost it. But there's a lot of money that's coming down for, from the
the
decisions,
settlements,
and
right.
that should go into certain areas to help in that.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. How are you, Commissioner?
I'm well, sir.
Good, good. I want to dive into a couple different areas, but I'm going to try to be brief. You talked about the crime statistics a little bit earlier, and I just want to make sure, because I know the answer to this, but just to establish it for the record. When we look at Nassau County crime statistics, we are excluding villages.
Yeah, that's correct.
So villages such as Hempstead, Freeport, I guess all the villages?
All the villages, we do not include their statistics, we don't police them, so.
So I wanted to ask you, because obviously things that happen in Freeport have a tremendous impact on Merrick. Things that happen in Hempstead have an impact on Garden City. I would like to, and obviously Garden City has their own police force, so I'm guessing you wouldn't capture their numbers either. But what I'm trying to drive at is I would like to see if there could be a coordinated effort so we could see the numbers in their entirety. Just by coincidence, just by chance, curiosity, I should say. How many people, excluding the villages, are in the county that you're looking? When you look at a population of folks that are benefiting from these very low crime statistics, what's that number?
I think if you remove the villages, look, the town of Hempstead is 55,000 people. So you're probably knocking off 250,000, so it's still 1.2, 1.1 and a half.
Okay. You said the town of Hempstead?
I'm sorry. The village of Hempstead. I'm sorry. I said.
Oh, you mean the town? I got you.
Yeah, the village is 55,000 in the village of Hempstead.
Huh. But does your numbers include the cities? Long Beach and...
No, our numbers do not. They all, where we don't police, we don't include those numbers.
So, I'm just curious. I mean, have you ever run the numbers to determine?
Yes.
So if you excluded Long Beach, Glen Cove, Hempstead, Freeport, if you went right down the line, how many people are actually benefiting from these low numbers?
Probably about 1.1 million.
Oh, you did do the numbers. It's 1.1 million.
Yeah. We know what's the residency numbers in there. We know what villages have. Most of your villages are very, very small. I used the village of Hempstead to give you an example. That's the largest. It's at 55,000. But when you add them up, it's about 200,000, 225. It comes out of the number. So if we're 1.4, it knocks us down to about 1.75 or something like that.
Okay.
But what I can tell you is we do meet on a monthly basis, all the chiefs. Every single village is experiencing low numbers again this year.
Okay,
every single one.
So every village is seeing, maybe not the reductions we're seeing, but they're seeing reductions across the board?
That's correct.
Sorry,
That's comparing their apples to apples, their numbers to their numbers, not to my numbers.
Gotcha. No, I understand. The next thing I wanted to talk to you a little bit about is, obviously, we had a very horrific situation with the active shooter at the Stop and Shop.
Yep.
In West Hempstead. And there was a lot of mixed information, and I don't know, I'm guessing it's still an ongoing case. I know you caught the individual, but I mean ongoing in the sense of...
Yes, till trial and everything.
Till trial. But I don't want, if you can't speak anything at liberty, let me know. But there was a lot of mixed information in regards to how the person got away. In terms of some people were saying he got away on a bus. Some people say he ran. Some people say he went to Hempstead. Some people say he was in Queens. Be that as it may, I'm not looking for us to figure out where he went and how he got there. However, one of the things I think is a big benefit, and I know many throughout the county may not agree with me, but I think it's something that creates safety. I heard Legislator Gaylord talk a little bit about the ShotSpotter program. But one of the programs that I've been pushing, and I've been looking to try to get your help on, is the street surveillance, street cameras. I bring that up in the sense with the active shooter because I think if we increase that effort, and I'm not talking about putting cameras in front of people's homes. I'm talking about putting cameras on commercial thoroughfares like Uniondale Avenue. My district, that area, overwhelmingly supports it. Fire district, library district, school district, you name it, support it. And we would love to be able to move that forward. I think even if you had it along Hempstead Turnpike, so you're not relying on private sector cameras and their use, I think it's a benefit. I'm not trying to say that we want to have give people the feeling or the fear that there's Big Brother there, but I do believe when you have community partnership and people know that cameras are there and the police are watching, it provides a benefit. I use this analogy that the reason there's no crime in Times Square is because there's so many eyes in Times Square. I mean, it's probably one of the most safest places you could feel in regards to being robbed or assaulted because there's so many people there already. Now, we don't have the level of people that live in Times Square on Uniondale Avenue, but I would love to get this initiative off the table. I know we've talked to your office a couple times about it. Let me know what we need to do to move that forward.
It's a financial situation. I believe we gave the numbers last week on the cost of it. There also is the MOUs with the power lines and so forth. We don't have access, right? We have to ask permission. So when we did ShotSpotter, we had to go, the difference with ShotSpotter, I could put it on top of buildings, and it was more microwaved. It wasn't sitting in individual fiber lines. Every camera has to have a fiber line, so the fiber line's a cost. Then I have to jump onto the light poles and allow them to give us access. So there was a lot. It's not as, but the beauty of it is that when we can use commercial buildings and the commercial people are on our side, say, can we hang a camera here and run through your network and feed it in, we'll do that. But it's not as simple, but we did give the numbers up finally. I know there was a delay on it, and again, part of our side of it was also figuring out the cost factor of it.
Okay.
And we went as low as we can on that number to get it in.
Well, if cost is an issue, I mean, obviously our office with our CIP funds, we could probably help with the cost.
That's where I'm going, yes, sir.
And because I want to get it up and running. I mean, you mentioned that Uniondale and Roosevelt are benefiting from some of the reductions in crime in certain aspects. I want to keep that going.
Gotcha.
So I think this is a big initiative, and everyone in the community supports it. So I'm happy to hear that. Just a quick thing, body cams has come up a few times. Just want to make sure I was clear. I know Legislator Ferretti mentioned the 8th precinct in terms of the pilot program. I just want to make sure I understood what your back and forth was. Everything is moving forward on time with the body cam pilot program.
Yes, sir. Right on time.
Easy enough. I'll move on. The last thing I wanted to discuss with you, earlier this week, the legislature passed, or I guess reduced, the public safety fee, which I'm sure you're aware, the public safety fee as a transfer from the TIPA budget to the police budget. And to the tune of roughly about $23 million.
Yes, sir. 24, I think it is.
$24 million. Now, I know when you stood up before and said everything is great with your budget, you weren't considering that, of course, because obviously that would poke. Legislator Coppell corrected me on this other day. Not plug, poke a hole in your budget to the tune of $24 million. I'm just curious if that was a hole that you had to fill. What are some of the things that you would have to look to reduce to be able to fill that hole if the legislature couldn't come to some agreement on how they plan to?
So any time that we lose money in our budget, we're not happy, right? We're trying to keep the projects running the way they are. Our budget doesn't work like everybody else's budget. It's not a hard line in it. If arrests go up, or if I have a pandemic, if I have a bunch of protests, my budget blows up and way above what we predicted. On the other side of it, if them arrests go down and there are no protests on arrests, but numbers go down, as you see this year, our overtime numbers coming down. When you look at a budget and you look at resources and people, most of my posts are minimum manned posts. I must staff by union rules. When you look at our units, our plainclothes units and everything, they're all at full staffing. Our head count is currently at full staffing for the first time, and we were short 360 cops at the beginning of the year. We did 2 very large classes to get them up, to get us back up to where we are, because we know we're going to see our big attrition coming right now in December. So you cut different items out. You'll start with maybe not being able to staff parades, community outreach stuff, things like that. But again, our budget doesn't work like that, because I do budget daily, weekly, monthly, and then of course every several months. And at the end of every month, well, who's up, who's down? What do we got to pull back on? So we're adjusting our budget all the time to make sure we meet as we have in the last 4 years and actually come under. So it will depend at the time when that starts to affect us what we decide to cut. And usually that comes from what's the things that are not union staffed, minimum manned positions.
So civic examples, I mean, I know you started a tremendous effort to begin the PAL program, where it's become more robust than it has been in the past. Something of that nature would be considered to be cut?
No, and not as, no.
I'm just
and-
saying that seems to be more discretionary
Yeah,
than the minimum man.
it is, and right now, I'm actually putting 2 more officers in there because of Matt Perlinger that died of 9/11 cancer this year. So, and a second, for the academy staff that we need. One thing we've learned is PAL, POP, community affairs, they're the worst things to remove, because that affects us in the long run on our crimes. That affects us on our outreach, that affects on our relationships and building bridges. So, no, I won't touch those. If I got to work it a different way, meaning I cut back on details or special attention when I get a call from anybody here and says, look, we got a little problem here. All right, I'll have the postcard IP it. That's not how we do business. We send several people in the area and we handle the issue that's at hand and we get it done. So it'll all depend at the time and place, but it will not be my PAL, my pop cops, or my community affairs. I got too much benefit from them. I may cut their details they go to on a Saturday to go cover a backpack giveaway. I'll say, no, you got to stay behind, because I ain't got that kind of money. So it all depends on where we are at the time when that shortages start to affect us.
Okay. Well, I mean, hopefully this issue will sift its way out over the next couple of days or a couple of weeks over the budget process. But obviously, we want to make sure the police department has everything they need in order to continue to experience the reductions we're seeing in crime and make sure our communities are safe. But thank you.
So do we.
Mr.
Thank you.
Ryder.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Frank, how are you? Keep going. The next presentation is the district attorney. Chad Painter's here. Yes, looks like he is.
Don't jinx us.
This is on, and don't forget about it. Just give me one. You know, if I had known, if I had known, but I figured. I believe the mic is on. Can everybody hear me? Just 1 second. It's working out. Do I not have control? Is that the issue? I'll do it one more time. I was doing it the advanced way. Let me just do it the old-fashioned way.
Okay, now we're here. Oh, well, nobody's here. Thank you, yes. Good afternoon. Sorry for the delay, I'll wait. I am. Thank you very much, everybody, for allowing us to present. I'm Jed Painter, General Counsel at the Nassau County DA's office. This is briefer than my normal presentations, I promise, but I figured since I would come, I'd come prepared. So I always start where I end. We asked for increased budgetary flexibility, as you can see. The county executive gave us more budgetary flexibility, which we appreciate, and I'm hopefully going to be able to justify to you why that's needed. We are facing unprecedented challenges, and I'll be able to show you some pictures because they'll speak louder than my words, due to what I would call the coincidence of COVID and discovery reform. I know people have been talking about bail reform a lot. For us, it's discovery reform that has caused a workflow change. We will, as we have not sort of given up at any point. We have short-term and long-term goals that we're deploying, and they do cost money. You have given us some support in the past, and we appreciate that, and I'm going to show you what we've done with the money and why we're back asking again. The main asks, of course, are for human capital. Not only is our office prosecutors, but we now have a discovery expediter corps. We have paralegals, of course, IT specialists. In recent times, because IT specialization is hard to actually get people on a civil service title, we actually have 3 ADAs, legal staff, we've hired and transferred to IT. We've put out postings specifically for that level of expertise, and our CTO, in point of fact, is an ADA, which has some good crossovers. Administrative assistants. Our PTLAs is a new program that we do with the law schools. It's our paralegal to prosecutor program, where we take 4 or 5 second and third years from Hofstra or St. John's who are Nassau County residents. We'd like to keep it local, and we give them the experience of having a caseload under a practice order. So that's a program that we have that we can expand with budgetary availability, especially in the minor offense prosecutions land. Crime victim advocates, we've expanded that, as you know, and we have a grant that fully covers that expansion, but it's still just some support. It shows up in the budget, but you also see the grant reduction concurrently, but if you see why the number went up 1.5 million, it's because of the addition of the crime victim advocates, the grant-funded ones. Intelligence analysts and interpreters. Interpreters are very key for us to pull on board. On the technological side, we have much increased cloud storage as we've moved from paper file to digital file, digital case management. We are moving forward with robot process automation. I think that'll be the biggest game changer in 2022 and beyond. I'll explain that a little bit later, and we're trying to secure a grant for that so it does not come out of county budget. Software licensing and equipment for staff, such as if you have more staff, of course, you need more laptops, scanners, things like that. Network wiring, cybersecurity. We do not want to be the victims of a ransomware attack. Our colleagues in Albany went through that. And now that everything is moving digital, we, of course, are with the county working very heavily on our cybersecurity. So what happened? I promised some visuals. This is the most striking visual for our purposes. I picked 2 bureaus in our general litigation division, some of our larger bureaus. Hopefully, I think you all have screens. Yeah, okay. I picked 2 larger bureaus. So this is not representative of the whole office, but it's representative. Things that would not be included in county court bureau would be anything with a specialization: homicide, vehicular crimes, sex crimes. But this is your general felonies, and this is what's happened to the caseload there. I'm going to show this graphic a few times. I'm just going to introduce it. And then this would be our district court active caseload. So moving to our county court active caseload, I've starred a few different events. You can see when the reforms were passed in the gubernatorial budget bill back in April 19. And then at that time, we were right around our low of 407 active caseload for felony prosecutions. In general felonies, of course, not specialized. And our staff count at the time in that bureau, when I went to the records, was 22 ADAs. You see the next star is when the discovery reforms became effective in January, and caseload started to rise as we moved to comport with those obligations, recertified cases and such. But Unfortunately, 2 months after that, you see the next star, whereas the COVID shutdown commenced on the court system and on the DA's office and on the county and on life generally. And that two things have now propelled us to where we are at. This is through August, so if you see the bottom graph, you have January 19, and then it moves to the most recent figures we have are from August. We'll have September soon. But we're at the high. We are where we are. We're now 1,550 cases spread out across 21, where we were 407 spread across 22. So, as I said, my picture, I think, hopefully speaks louder than any words as to why we had made this ask for increase of staff. We have done other tactics, of course, to bring down our caseload. And I'll do a comparison now with our district court active caseload. But at a certain point, you just honestly need more prosecutors to spread out the caseload amongst them, because it's nearly quadrupled the caseload. District court tells a little bit of a different story. Well, it's the same story, but I can actually get into this visual a little bit more. So you have the same first star where the criminal justice reforms passed. You can actually see that concerted effort starting in August to drive through the end of December 2019 to reduce minor offense prosecutions, because we were aware that volume was going to be a major issue with discovery challenges. So anytime you could do diversion, ACDs, dismissals, any kind of plea policies that were more favorable, that was the time to do it. So that's why you see the dip that progresses down, and then probably by January we had bottomed. Between January and March you see very little movement in the 4,000s. We actually hit our low right after COVID at 3,952 with a staff count in district court at 50. Oh, if I didn't explain, district court is our minor offense prosecutions bureau. Misdemeanors that are not specialized would go there, but also domestic violence goes there, DWIs go there, social host law, things like that. Our staff count at the low at 3,952 was 34. We have now, again, we've reached our high recently. I hope it's our high. I think you can see a little bit of curve flattening, but our staff count is now 35, and the high is at 10,874. So again, we're talking triple, well, double, more than double, of the caseload. But why the county court is such a dramatic quadrupling and district court is more of a doubling. I mean, they're both not great graphs to look at from our perspective, but you can control minor offense prosecutions fairly easier with plea policy. Felonies, it's not like you can plead them out right away. Those are very serious offenses. So, all right. So something that I want to also impress upon everybody on defining what a case is and pretending there was no COVID. I just want to leave COVID out of this for a second. When we had the discovery reforms mandated, you had three simultaneous changes. I've been through this in several hearings with this body. The content of discovery had to go up per case. We had the acceleration of the production timeline, and we had the universalization of production across all cases. Substantial production, there's no difference now between material and non-material evidence. The way I would explain it to somebody like a neighbor who's asking me what's going on in the DA's office is, if I'm missing an eyewitness deposition to a crime, that has the same value in the criminal justice system now as a missing police blotter that says the person checked in at 12:22. That's when they were booked. So if I'm missing a pen entry on a police detention desk or the main witness deposition, it doesn't matter. We have to get it all. I give another example, that the surveillance video that depicts the shoplifting incident has the exact same value for certification purposes as the officer saying 10-4 returning to base. Those two electronic recordings have the same certification value. And finding the potential criminal record for the star witness of your case so that you can disclose it as Brady or Giglio or impeachment material for the person has the same value as the potential criminal record of somebody who was a passerby, second on scene of an accident, called 911 to make sure a tow truck was coming. Okay. So the bottom line here on item one is we can't prioritize for purposes of certificate of compliance. Everything has to be collected, sorted, redacted if permissible, and turned over. To give some examples, I know the police probably has left us, but we had recently updated this request. It originally went out in December 2019 from DA Singas at the time, and now Acting DA Smith has resent out this request with more specificity. And to give just some idea, I know you really can't read this, it's way too small, but what I want to impress is it's 4 pages of titles of documents and categories of documents that we have to get on every single case. And the police has to provide to us in every single case through their analyst corps, through their lead detectives, through their arresting officers. As I go through here, you have the obvious arrest reports, crime reports, case reports, supporting depositions, you have field notes, There's an underline in the middle of this page that says all body-worn camera footage. That's going to be a major processing issue, but we're working with the police through it. Refusal videos, case indexes, everything. You know, so I guess it speaks for itself. There's 3.5 pages of just police. This doesn't include what civilians would have to produce to us. So if Walmart is robbed, we'd have to reach out a Dropbox, get that Walmart surveillance video, talk to civilians, things like that. The substantial acceleration for production timeline, you know, back in 2019, it was across the state, it was a voluntary discovery. We had a point to provide voluntary discovery in our way by the second court date. That was sort of the Nassau County practice. Case was usually put on for arraignment, put on for what was called VDFs at the time for the next, and then we'd move on to motions. Our voluntary disclosure at the time did include crime reports and arrest reports and substantial supporting depositions, the surveillance video of a case. But you know, that was it. It wasn't that expanded universe that I just showed you. Now it's 35 days as the out, 20 days if they're an incarcerated individual. But honestly, the hard deadline for us is the 90-day speedy trial time in the event of a misdemeanor and 6 months in the event of a felony. These are the statutory speedy trial deadlines. So even if we get an extension on discovery, no matter what, you have to get the discovery done by then and have time to spare. Because if a witness is sick or you have any other delay, you want to have extra speedy trial time to get your case for trial. So that's what we're really up against. We're really thinking about speedy trial. So we did provide basic discovery. These are just some examples of basic discovery that we would give, but now it's everything that's required to be turned over, all known potential witnesses. Another good example is we used to turn over again the statements of the deposed or substantial witnesses, but now we have to provide a listing of all known potential witnesses who were deposed or not. We recently had a case dismissed in district court. I'll give just one example where it was a music festival and it was a sexual assault inside the bounds of a music festival. And as you know, at these music festivals, there's police lining all around the edge and guarding the concession stands and entries and exits, just lots of security. But a few officers responded to that specific forcible touching or sexual assault event, and those were the officers that the ADA disclosed. I'll fast forward. It's a year later. The case is still percolating, and the defense attorney made a demand saying that you didn't turn over all potential witnesses because there was a lot more law enforcement present at the venue. The ADA says, well, I guess I could get that list, got the expanded list, turned it over. The defense attorney then said, well, now I want the misconduct files for all those officers. The ADA says, okay, dug that up, here you go. Exhausting. And then the judge dismissed the case because we had not complied with this all known potential witnesses rule. So just to give an idea that it goes to very abstract places very quickly on each and every case. And then the final thing was universalization of production. So as you know, it was then, it still is now, approximately 1 to 3% of cases go to trial, slightly higher percentages goes to hearings. While we would produce this core voluntary discovery on many cases, all cases, the defense would only typically request more, the blotters and the radio transmissions and all the other stuff when we couldn't reach a negotiated disposition or they thought it was going to go to trial. And we would get it. We would get it on those cases. That was the give and take. But now that doesn't matter. There's no demands. Every case has to be in your head going to trial. So Article 245 eliminated the distinction between a litigation track and a non-litigation track case as far as discovery. So the outcome of all this, and why I'm coming back to the graph, is that if you're a 2021 NCDA prosecutor or a state prosecutor, I probably should have put in state prosecutor. If you're a 2021 prosecutor, you're now required to accumulate significantly more discovery materials on each and every individual case than a 2019 prosecutor would do on the 1 in 100 trial case. So when I show this graph again, it's a little bit of a fallacy, because this thing, everything to the right of the star, there's actually a disjointment because a case started being worth so much more time and hours afterwards. So while that graphic, that's why we justify our increase in staffing. This graphic, it's hard for me to quantify exactly besides the words I just said, of why it's harder and why the hours are going up. But just know that there is a disjointment, that's not a true graph, that you really should look at that differential from the low of 407 to the high of 1550 and actually magnify it in some subjective way, which I wish I could quantify, I cannot. And same thing with this, with the high volume land. We have cases, assistants in District Court Trial Bureau now with upwards of 400 cases, 400, 500 cases, which does a disservice, quite honestly. It's, you can't return that many phone calls in a night. You can't be in touch with the victims that much. You're going to have more trouble with discovery because it's a compounding issue. You're going to fall further and further behind. And we are seeing now
Speedy trial dismissals that we wish we could avoid.
Okay. So now we'll incorporate COVID, and I'm going to show the graph again, but with a different lens over it. So this issue kind of came, I don't want to say crept up on us because we always knew about it, we planned for it, but really that first bar that I'm showing you there, that first bar is the period of time between the effectiveness of the discovery reforms first time and then the COVID shutdown of courts. And the executive orders I'm flashing were Governor Cuomo's that suspended timelines, including speedy trial and discovery timelines, while the courts were shut down. So we were wrestling with cases for just a brief period of time before things were suspended, and nothing could move anyway. And then what you have in here is a gap of all this unprocessed caseload as it climbs. And what I mean by unprocessed is there's nothing to tell the victim because the case hasn't moved. There's a lot of DAT, appearance ticket suspension rules of cases that have been ticketed but have not yet been called. So they're in the total ether. We don't have any motions. We have no plea negotiations. It's just nothing happened. We can prepare some rudimentary discovery, but until the arguments ensue, you can't really process the caseload through the court system. The gray shade that's the next is when the executive order is starting to get repealed because they gradually, so grand juries came back first and then petit juries came back and timelines were one by one reinstated, and then finally it was actually not until the late spring when 30/30 and everything was fully back, fully locked in, and it was only this past September, last month, it was only last month when all the courts came back to full staff. Okay, so and now what's happened though is with this, I guess I'll call it the gray shade from that era to now, that's when these motions to dismiss have come in, that's when the discovery litigation has begun. So now we are really facing what we thought we would face last year. We're facing the brunt of it. So as I went over, there was a gross intake outflow imbalance. That's why the caseloads are so high. The court system just wasn't there to process them out. And after a while, the cases become stale, and then it's the better gambit to see if we can actually prove our case or collect the discovery with all this stuff than actually try to engage in negotiations. I'm putting an asterisk on virtual appearances because this is something I usually have an ask when I come here besides money. One thing that I would call to the legislature's attention is Nassau County is one of the only ones south of Westchester that doesn't allow virtual appearances in the Criminal Procedure Law section, Article 182. In fact, if you look at the listing of all the counties that are allowed to do virtual court appearances, it basically should just say, like, not Nassau. Suffolk has it, Queens has it, everybody has it. And even places like Herkimer County have it. It's just, it seems to have been added little at a time, this list in Article 182 of the Criminal Procedure Law, a little bit at a time by the random act of the state legislature. And that was suspended during COVID. That suspension's now been revoked. We can't do virtual appearances in Nassau County anymore. So it's something that if this legislative body wasn't aware of and had any desire to talk to the state legislature about, that's an interesting issue that just add us to that list. It seems to have been an oversight. There seems to be nothing malicious about it. Just somebody has to ask for it. Delayed processing judicial action. We have internal density issues we had to play down, of course, just like everybody did during that intervening time. We didn't have grand juries or juries impaneled. And another major thing was we had a staff training deficit. When you don't have in-person court, we had a whole year and a half of ADAs who joined the job, never saw a courtroom, saw a computer screen. So it caused a promotional lag. You can't really promote somebody to be a felony prosecutor when they've never done a misdemeanor hearing. I flash this all the time, but I flash it for good reason. That we follow, or we try to follow, the American Bar Association standards for our appropriate workload, and we try to work through this. I always show C that the chief prosecutor for a jurisdiction should inform government officials of the workload of the prosecutor's office, which I'm doing right now, and request funding and personnel that are adequate to meet the caseload, which I'm doing right now. And we should seek funding from appropriate sources, other alternative sources, which I'll show you that we have done. B says we should regularly review the workload of the prosecutors and make adjustments, and I'll show you that we've done that. So basically everything here, where we're worried about quality representation, returning those phone calls from victims, serving the public, not letting the police's hard work to catch somebody be dismissed because we can't make the case due to something. I'll go through it, but I show it for good reason. This is a standard that's important to lawyers. Nobody wants to be found in any sort of ethical breach for having too many cases. And as you can see, you had felony prosecutors with caseloads of 30 to 50, completely manageable felony caseload. Now they have 150, and that's completely not manageable by old standards or new, especially new. So before we come to you and ask for money, our deployed strategies, we did pre-screen our outstanding appearance tickets for diversion or dismissal. The logic there was pretty simple. If somebody was going to get an adjournment in contemplation to dismissal or one of those conditional dismissals anyway in 2020 because that was the nature of their offense, that was going to be our offer if they showed up at arraignments, and stayed out of trouble, we would sort of look at that. They would say they'd be out of their conditional dismissal by now, and we sort of backdated that and gave them the credit for it. So that was a way to alleviate some minor offenses. Warrant clearance events, and that was also buttressed by some of the changes in law, especially regarding marijuana and 511's aggravated unlicensed operation of motor vehicles. So we pulled old warrants and dismissed those as well because we don't want them on our dockets anymore because we can't prosecute them. We've launched pre-arraignment diversion. I believe Commissioner Ryder alluded to this before in consultation with the police force, some of the minor offenses that we can do supportive services without criminal prosecution. We will do. They still have to go to the same programming as if they showed up in front of a judge, but if they satisfactorily complete that, we will not file the charges ultimately. If they don't complete that, they file the charges, we're back at the exact same place we were going to be. So we've already done that. We're doing that retroactively, and with the Nassau County Police Force, we'll be doing that proactively, and we've worked out an agreement with legal aid that they will have a hotline in case the person wants to talk to a lawyer about this program. We utilize supplemental shift pay for intake to help with our discovery, within our existing budget to help with our discovery processing. We formed the Discovery Compliance Bureau, staffed it with 11 discovery expediters. We've lost a few, we've gained a few, and now I believe we have budgetary license to go up to 17, 18, so that's a good thing. A major thing, it's a major investment of the county. You approved this contract, so I want to report on it. We have now finally successfully implemented the NICE Investigate system. At long last, the Nassau County PD and the NCDA have systems that talk to each other. What this system does is it pulls in all the different silos of information, whether it's the 911 operators, the Premier One paperwork, crime scene, wherever it's coming from, it will suck it up into the police's case management system, and then it will be shared with us directly. We can work with it right there to filter and redact it, and then we push it directly out of there for electronic discovery. And to somebody's point, I remember hearing a question earlier when Commissioner Ryder was speaking about surveillance cameras. One of the good things about the NICE system, it's going to be great for us, but on the police side, is that businesses can register with NICE. They can register their surveillance cameras, not public cameras, although the police should have direct control over those. But if you're a Walmart or a Target or a Home Depot or some business that's in an area, there's now a big community push, or there will be, by the police to pre-register with the NICE system so they can actually basically upload directly through their portal all their surveillance systems, and it universalizes them. So I think we've all had that problem with watching videos where there's a bad codec or it's the wrong file. NICE handles all that. It handles all the virus checks. It's great. So we're finally deploying it as an electronic discovery solution, and then we have NICE OneStream Train, multi-million-dollar initiative. Contract finally has come to fruition 2 years later. Recruitment, we've overhauled that, and usually I come here with a sad graph saying recruitment is horrible. We've actually done a lot of good overhaul with it. We have a new director of recruitment. She's really reached into a new program called Applicant Stack, is getting all sorts of civil service, lateral hiring, new ADA interest. We're already well on the way for a 2022 class, and we have been able to fill our 2021 class. We were not able to fill our 2020 class last year, so this is a huge improvement. That we're really, really concentrating on overhauling our recruitment operations, and it's been successful. As I said before, we've bolstered our IT staff from even within and moving ADAs there. In fact, one of the members of the new class was hired just for IT, and we've even hired a consultant to help us with programming on the outside with our case management system. I mentioned this before, but one of the biggest things of 2022 was we have issued an RFP for robot process automation. We've already been to the best and final offer phase. We've already been to the selection phase. We're working with the Director of Compliance, the Director of procurement compliance to finalize that process, issue the award, and move the contract forward. And we've simultaneously sought a grant, a federal grant, to actually finance it, a $250,000 grant. So that will actually take a lot of the clerical work and replace it with bots. Just like on the online shopping experience, whenever you click on something, you get the email right away that your order's shipped and on its way, and then you get the updates. That's bots doing that. So we are going to have them do a lot of the data mining in our case management system. Suffolk County DA has been using it for their intake system. We hope that it really alleviates a lot of the redundant functionality of preparing discovery, because even preparing the cover sheet of discovery can take 3 hours, just the cover sheet. So this can actually fill in that void and reduce minutes. As I say to the ADAs, you have a caseload rolling of 500 cases per year, that you experience. If we could take 1 minute a day away from you, that's a whole 8-hour workday that we've successfully taken away from you. But this RPA program will be hopefully very good, and we'll be on the way with that. The police disciplinary records, that's one of our major challenges, but we've centralized the accumulation through an MOA process with the police, and I don't think we've had to, that hasn't cost any money, that just costs a lot of logistical person hours to get that through. Another major development is we secured the judicial transfer of all the transportation law cases from the district court to the Traffic and Parking Violations Agency. So that takes a whole, maybe 50% of the calendar in Arraignment B and moves it to TIPVA, where they can assess the trucker fines even better than we did, and frees up more time for us to attack our backlog in Arraignment B as an upfront part. We've increased our annual hiring class to 26, and we hope to keep that increase for next year as well to keep our staffing robust. We can't lose people, but we got to do it. We've reconfigured the way we progress through the office. Like I said, we had that training deficit. We have to overcome it a different way because people have to move. They have to be still inspired to stay. We built up our victim services unit through the CVAs, and we are doing a shared bridge between the NCPD and the NCDA systems. Okay. Now, talking about just the money we got from other sources, we were very successful with that CVA grant, the VOCA grant, like I said, so $1.5 million is, it shows up on our pages, but it's paid for by VOCA. We already got $1.88 million for the last 2 years as of today, and the upcoming season we're going to get $1.53 million to cover the staff there. So that's a good day's work. Like I said, the RPA grant is going to come from an intelligence-based prosecution. We have every reason to think we're going to get it, but I can't report we have gotten it yet. We also helped the county with the discovery grant that came out. New York State launched a discovery grant asking what the expenses were for 2020. The county was successful. We assisted them with $3.48 million in collection off that grant. $1.86 million was our estimated expenses that we could apply towards that grant, so that was good. And our aid to prosecution grant had gone up, but basically doubled. The cost synergies that we're trying to bring to the county is that NICE system, besides being a very good, effective conduit, it also saves you money. It saves you basically 50%, half. What would happen before in the digital world is that the police generated a 4 terabyte file, including surveillance video, and then shared it with us. We'd have to download it in our case management system, which means that now you have 4 and 4, you have 8 terabytes of cloud storage. Because we're all using NICE, we're on the same system, it's the same 4 terabytes that will be shared, utilized, and so that way we slashed storage bills because those are going through the roof, especially with body-worn cameras. That'll be huge. It's not all there yet, but when they do get there, that's terabytes of data that we have to pay for. And then, of course, the shift of the transportation law cases at TIPVA, we think they're going to collect a lot more fine money than we ever could on that, and that'll be a good cost synergy. Okay, so our primary labor solutions, I went over, we want to bolster our litigation staff to reduce our caseload through the distribution. You saw the numbers are out of control. The only way to do it at this point is just have more bodies, quite simply, and that's what this budget does. And we're going to be basically reorganizing our legal and non-legal staff for, into work pods so that CVAs and ADAs and everybody work together to contact victims and maintain our service level. On the technology-based solutions, we want to fully convert to that shared platform operation, and we want to incorporate the robot process automation. And I always have to say, I'm giving a lot of statistical stuff and numbers, but cases are not numbers. We know that our main principle is to just get that community trust. We want the community outreach. We want the victim advocacy. We want the reentry programs. We want the conviction integrity reviews. We want the alternative sentences and the diligent misconduct and corruption investigation, because that's where the moral compass of a DA is, right? We want to make sure that we are giving our utmost level of detail to each case, and that's why we want the bodies to do that. And I got to say, if not impressed by, subjectively, by that dedication, objectively, if an ADA screws up on a case, doesn't turn over a piece of evidence, somebody's incarcerated for 40 years, you know, my successor will come and see you, or your successor, is about a $40 million settlement for the screw-up that we did. So miscarriages of justice do lead to enormous financial settlements, and we're very cognizant of that as well, besides the fact that it's an egregious violation of ethical obligations and ends of justice. And we, of course, want to comply with the criminal justice reforms and the spirit behind them for a fairer, more expedient system of justice. As of right now with COVID, nothing's been more expedient, but hopefully we can get there. And we also want to maintain, retain that quality, experienced staff that have that high level of aptitude. So I end where I began. We appreciate the support from the Nassau County government. We're facing the unprecedented challenges due to that two-pronged assault on us, pretty much, through factors outside of us. And then we would like to achieve these solutions through investments in our technology and human capital. So that was thank you very much. I'll take any questions about any specific line items that you want.
Okay. Thank you very much for the very in-depth presentation. I had a question with respect to the different types of evidence that you had pointed out. I think you used the example of a deposition of an eyewitness to a crime as opposed to a blotter entry. Could either or both, could either type of evidence, if not disclosed, lead to a dismissal?
Yes, because 3030 is the CPL section. It's the speedy trial time. There's constitutional speedy trial, and then there's statutory speedy trial. Statutory speedy trial on a misdemeanor would be 90 days on a misdemeanor. And now you cannot be ready for trial. You cannot proceed to trial. It's like a chess clock, right, where you slap it when you're done.
Right.
The defense can take as many adjournments as they want, but the people get 90 days to be ready. And as soon as we're ready, we can be ready on day 30. We slap the clock, and then any adjournments thereafter are attributable to the defense, but not our inaction. But we cannot be ready until we have certified discovery through what's called a certificate of compliance, and we cannot file the certificate of compliance until we've disclosed all those items that I showed you.
So if you had failed to include this blotter entry in the production that was being given to the defendant's counsel, that would be enough?
Yeah, at the time that we file a certificate of compliance, the defense has the right to be heard on the record as to whether they think we did do it, and quite honestly, this is as the law develops. This is not a slighting or faulting of any defense attorney at all. This is their job, and the system, of course, has to be tested, but their job is to basically say, you know, I think under the law, which no advanced case law has really come out yet, no appellate level case law, they say, I think you're not in compliance because I don't see this memo book entry, I don't see this witness name. So then the judge will consider it. We've had judges, we've actually had two trends of law where our county court judges have decided, I don't know if you want to call it conservative or liberal, because the statute, I don't know what a conservative interpretation or liberal interpretation would be, but we have the county court judges deciding certain level of production is acceptable, and district court deciding a different way. And we always have to go to the lower denominator. Right now, the lower denominator, the district court seems to be, the decisions coming out of there are much more better safe than sorry, include everything, I'm striking the certificate of compliance unless every last item is there, whereas substantial compliance seems to be a little bit more the county court flavor. But these are just trends, and until we have a second department or any department decision on it, we have to play to the lowest common denominator or risk the dismissal of hundreds of cases before that judge who made that decision.
Okay, thank you for that response. I have a question with respect to bail reform. When a suspect is arrested and then released with a violation or the appearance ticket, does that automatically get assigned to the DA's office to track?
Yes, as of right now, because we want every opportunity to prepare discovery, we have a relationship with, well, we actually had this before even criminal justice reform. We have an early case assessment bureau, our intake operation, and the standard operating procedure for all the police in the county is to contact ECAB whether they're holding the person or releasing them on a desk appearance ticket to get the arrest approved. So we'll get a lot of the police paperwork at that time of arrest, whether they're being held for arraignment or the DAT is returnable in 20 days.
The DA's office then would have a record of the number of suspects who were given appearance tickets and just never showed up in court. Is that accurate?
We should have a record of the number of warrants that were issued. I know we often go to the court for that data because not every case goes through ECAB. So now I'm going to take back a little what I said, especially on the minor offense prosecutions. We used to have a lot of traffic infractions and things of that nature, or maybe trucker cases, environmental conservation. I'm thinking of a lot of categories of cases that don't come through ECAB. So the more accurate picture of what the warrant record would come from the court, not the DA's office, because they are the ones who get filed with everything. Some things we pick up the day of. It's a substantial percentage of minor offenses.
Here's why I'm asking that. One of the things that was required under the legislation that we passed after bail reform, which required the production of certain information, how many, what was the types of crimes for people who were being released without bail, et cetera. But one of the items, one of the categories was how many individuals who had been arrested and released without bail just simply failed to appear going forward. And I have not been able to get that information from the police department. We're over a year now. Is it possible for the district attorney's office to produce that information?
We would do our level best to produce that information in response to a request from the legislature. My guess would be, right now, as I sit here, we would go to the court for the most accurate figure on that.
Okay.
And that would not incorporate what you're talking about, where somebody doesn't appear for arraignment. That would be strictly construed as an arrest warrant. You would not be, where also the data gets a little bit messy, is bench warrants. Somebody who has been arraigned but doesn't show up for their second court date, or their third, or their fourth, or disappears, comes back, disappears, comes back. The bench warrant number is not something that we would be able to easily track. I'm trying to think of the best way to get that information besides the court, because I don't think the court tracks every single bench warrant in their system, and I don't know if the warrant squad has sent every bench warrant from the Nassau County Police Department. So I will have to think about it. The best place to get that data, but it comes from two different sources, and I don't want you to be under the impression that it's just people don't show up at arraignments. There's also what are called bench warrants during the criminal prosecution.
Okay. Can we have a discussion about this and try to develop the most reasonable way to get some of the information? Obviously, you've made the case of tremendous burdens that the DA's office is under. We're not looking to impose any additional burden onto that. But if there's a way to do this in a fairly easy way, then we're going to pursue that.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for that presentation. It was really informative, interesting. Can we get a copy of it?
Yes, of course.
Electronics?
Of course.
Would you just send them out to the various legislators?
Absolutely. That's no problem.
Please. I'd love to have that.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Now, just a few questions. The caseload doesn't refer actually to the amount of work overall that a given person has, but it refers to the numbers of cases, right?
Yes, that is the active assigned caseload in aggregate of those two bureaus that I showed, and then I also included in that graphic the staff that's handling it, which was about equivalent from the low to the high.
So your numbers of cases overall that's what you said, the mismatch. The numbers of cases coming in are not that great. The numbers of cases coming out of the system, they're stalling in the system because of this the increased demands of the various reforms.
Yes, of course. It's sort of like the I Love Lucy sketch with the chocolates.
Yeah.
As there's more, it's more difficult
dating
to.
Yourself,
yes.
But yes. All right. A couple of questions on the effects of the various, I'll call them the reforms. Do you see that as a result of these reforms, less specifically the cashless bail, do you see that the recidivism rate is much greater? In other words, the same person committing many more crimes?
I always hate to answer these questions in a vacuum. We did do a study, and I don't have it at my fingertips because I came prepared to talk about the budget, but we did do a study about recidivism in one bureau, and we did note an anomaly, but I don't want to give a number off the top of my head. I would have to come prepared for that issue.
I'm asking for an impression. Let's put it that way.
All I have is I'm aware of my certain anecdotes from things I've personally handled where we had to rearrest people several times. One issue that I was directly involved in that happened really actually at the beginning in January 2020 that I was personally involved in was somebody who was commit actually various different felonies, a criminal mischief, and then a burglary, and then something else, but kept on getting arrested, kept on getting released, and then eventually I did a hearing to hold her on judicial contempt, and then she was finally held. But so there's anecdotes like that, there's stories about that, but I don't have specific
Yeah, it's
aggregate
anecdotal,
data.
I get it. Okay. So the successful prosecution is just much harder now, obviously. It's much harder because of the various discovery requirements and so forth.
Yeah, as of this moment, the discovery requirements are the main focus of my office. We are trying every technological solution to make this easier. Because, you know, I have this feeling in my head, this hope in my head, that, you know, another 2-3 years we'll look back, we'll have a sufficient level of automation, clerical staff, law, defining outside parameters that will finally reach sort of the new normal. I know everybody talks about new normal in terms of
will
COVID.
still be at a much higher level of staffing.
Yeah, new normal that could be a higher level of staffing
Than you would have
than
required
in the past,
for the same
absolutely.
volume of cases.
Yes, I would envision that the new normal would include a much higher level of staffing, because as I showed in that graph, that disjointment, that, you know, if we had our way, we of course would have fewer cases assigned to a particular ADA than in a 2022 ADA than a 2019 ADA, because they're worth so much more. So if somebody in the past was assigned 30 cases of caseload,
More cases are falling in through the cracks, more cases there would have to be.
yes, you want that, and you lose the community responsiveness. You know, you want, of course, to be able to call your victim and have those relationships established and talk them through every single adjournment. That's what you want. You want and of course the diligence on the case as well.
The costs are higher, obviously, that follows,
Yes.
as you've pointed out. How about other states? How many other states have similar, would you say, are you aware of that?
I'm aware loosely. I don't know what's happened in the past few
Again,
years.
anecdotally is
I
fine.
know we are somewhat unique. Texas was pretty close to us, but Texas had as soon as reasonably practicable standard. We have a hard deadline standard tied to speedy trial time. As soon as reasonably practicable was the way they drafted their
And as a result of some of these reforms, are more people, more cases having to be thrown out altogether?
Yes, we have lost several cases on discovery-related grounds.
Yeah.
Several
So
hundred.
it's fair to say you're not a big fan.
Well, you know, I think reforms are always a work in progress, and like I said, I'm looking forward to the time that, you know, it's 2 years from now, and we have the technological innovation and the clear case law that constructs what the outer parameters are, that we can actually then proceed. Because the biggest problem right now is, like I said, we have only local court precedent. So one judge prefers the delivery of documents in a certain way, and another one prefers it in a completely different way.
I get it, but, you know, the question is, I guess it's a definitional question. You know, I would prefer to call them changes rather than reforms. Reforms has the connotation of better. And
well, I flashed in my final slide that we, of course, want to comply as well with the spirit of reform, which is the faster and more expedient. So as of yet, we have not been able to do so. My former boss came here, I believe, on occasion, or submitted testimony on occasion, that the one thing we needed to make these reforms work to their potential, or what was intended,
Right.
was time and money.
no, I understand, and you, as I say, thank you. You've done a very thorough job of, you must have spent a lot of time preparing for this. We'll definitely look forward to getting those, if you can send them out as soon as you can, we'd appreciate it. Who's next?
Will do. Hello.
Schaefer here. That's okay, I heard, yeah. How are you, Mr. Painter?
Good afternoon.
I think Howard just kind of went into what I was going to ask. It was just about that whole 90 days to be ready. As a result of that restricted time frame, have cases been dismissed?
They have been. We send weekly to the police department, because we have an ongoing dialogue with the NCPD. We are all still trying to work to deliver things. I think you saw that they're getting more analysts, we're getting more expediters. We try to centralize as much as we can so individual ADAs aren't making phone calls, but there's only so much that can go over a bridge. We need a 12-lane highway, we got a 2-lane highway. You know, these things have to be constructed. These digital platforms have to be constructed. So, yeah, as far as dismissals, one of our feedback loops is every week when we get more dismissals because of a discovery production issue, we now we have a direct connection between our general litigation executive and the chief of detectives, where he will send them the dismissal list of the week, and then they try to work to alleviate those pressures. In addition, I run a weekly meeting with our CTO, our Discovery Compliance Bureau Chief, our Litigation Operations Executive, with their personnel on the other side, to talk about what's the items of discovery that are clogging up the system, how can we do it better. It is a big work in progress, and so that's why we've asked for so much more support staff to help us.
Okay. All right, I guess you probably don't have a number in mind about how many cases you would say have been dismissed, like
On discovery grounds, no, because some cases in that list, it's cases that were dismissed on 30/30, but that could mean in domestic violence prosecutions, we sometimes will go all the way to the end of the prosecution trying to get the witness cooperative. It keeps the order of protection in effect a little bit longer, and we do everything we can to bring them on board. But as you know, those cases are very difficult to prosecute. So those would be folded into those numbers.
Okay.
So I don't have a segregated amount of what the discovery-related issues are, but there's a lot now. And they're accelerating. Like I showed that one graph that had that gray shade and showed that there was like a few months where we were dealing with this, but that wasn't long enough for anything to 30/30 out. And then you saw at the end of that gray shade, that's when suspension started to get lifted, and that's when we start getting. So we're really only at the dawn of motion practice on these cases. We are now getting, in the last few months, just 2 months, we've get more and more decisions from courts, dismissing things, demanding things, shaping the law.
Okay. And is that mainly because of the courts being closed for a while?
Yes, the courts have only gone to full open. They were doing an alternative schedule where half the courts are open, half the court parts were open 1 week, and then another week, and only in the beginning of September have they gone fully open.
Okay. I agree with you too about the courts not being up, to par with other areas, and I don't understand why we are always behind as far as doing virtual appearances in a variety of courts. I don't know what we're holding out for, but
that's a creature of state law, and I bet you the supervising judges and the administrative judge would be very supportive of that change too. It's just calling the right person at the right time of year, I suppose.
Right. Okay. And then my only other question was, you were talking about the bench warrants.
Yes.
Now, forgive me, I don't know that process, the way that you do, obviously. So, when the court determines a bench warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then does it not go directly to the police department, or because I know you were saying it was difficult to determine how many bench warrant.
It is difficult to determine. There's a couple of things at play there. So sometimes when a defendant will not show up for court date, what happens is what is in fact called a warrant order stayed, where the court will give a warning that they didn't show up, but I'm staying execution of a warrant. So that would not be caught up in the data. If they don't show up again, the judge could always warrant order stay again, and that wouldn't show up in the data. If they do issue a bench warrant, there's now that 48-hour rule, which can interrupt the data because somebody could miss a court date, come back the next day or the next 2 days. The warrants were called. It was never really issued. That corrupts the data a little bit.
Okay.
So all these things, they play into it. It's very, and I also don't know what the lag time is between a clerk in the courthouse getting a warrant and filing it with the warrant squad of the Nassau County Police Department. I do know when we have a real need, we ask for a warrant order of immediate execution. It gets a special stamp and it goes right over. But I don't know what the processing time is when we don't ask for that.
Okay. Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you said there's no such thing as virtual appearances, and you're trying to work with the state to amend that?
Yes.
Okay.
So we've made everybody aware. It's just finding the right, time of the legislative cycle to put that in. It was a bizarre thing. The executive order had suspended Article 182, so all the counties, regardless of whether they were on or off that list, could do virtual during COVID. But when that last executive order was repealed of Governor Cuomo over the summer, that's when we don't have authority for virtual appearances anymore.
Okay, and then you said you're working with IT to come up with, some new ways of doing things, but currently, are all your caseloads digital? Does everybody have to do it in one particular way?
Every single, well, no, so, okay, so every case, the primary file now is in our digital case management system. It's currently a web-based system, and we're migrating to a cloud-based system. But essentially, that's where all the stuff is, the videos and the 911 calls and the paperwork. You know, that never fit in a file. And now we've expanded that library, and now we have direct connections, so there's no photocopying, no delivering. In fact, we're trying to get rid of any vestiges of a paper-based delivery system. We will always need some aspect of a paper file to catch things, copies of orders of protection that are real. They're handed to us in court, so we have to put it somewhere. We'll scan it in, but we also have to have like an evidence folder. Items that were marked as evidence in trial or hearing that actually have the sticker on it that it was a court exhibit. So there will always be an aspect of our prosecution operations that will be paper-based, but the primary files are now digital.
And with, so, to me, it seems like, if I do the math correctly, the caseload per attorney, it could be what, like 30, 40, is that right? Could it be that many cases? Because you have so many cases.
It is much higher than
like
that.
50?
Oh, no, it's much higher than that, too. So I showed, just in case it wasn't clear, the two bureaus I showed, and I picked them as a sample because I know you want to see like 9 graphics. I didn't do major crimes, I didn't do homicide, I didn't do sexual assault, I didn't do vehicular crimes, I didn't do the specialization bureaus. I did 2 main channels of litigation that I felt would be representative, and that was County Court Bureau, which is your general felonies, robberies, burglaries, criminal mischief, vandalism, aggravated harassment, the garden variety felonies. And then I showed District Court, which is your misdemeanor prosecutions, all your misdemeanor prosecutions. So those were the 2 graphics you saw, and in District Court, the average caseload now is, you know, if you're in DVM, if you're doing domestic violence work, you're way north of 150, topping around 200 cases. And if you are in general part, we have ADAs who are handling close to 500 cases, which is just, it's unheard of, and that's why I always show that ABA standard. On the felony level, we used to have 30 to 50 felony assignments per ADA. Now we have 150 per ADA. It depends, because we don't just robotically just say, here's what we have, we're distributing it evenly, because some ADAs are more senior than others. We'll give you the pattern robbery case, so you can really delve into it. It's a 12-box case, so to speak, and you'll get maybe 5 cases, whereas the next person is handling a bunch of aggravated criminal contempts that have a little bit more of a robotic scheme to them. They'll get more. So we are aware that cases have to be sorted by complexity. So not every ADA has an even number, but yeah.
What is the turnover? Because I could imagine that people who might find employment in the private sector would leave.
We have lost about 18 individuals. We have lost people, and we do exit interviews on everybody who's left. We have lost people who had mental health issues because of the caseload, so that has absolutely happened. And yeah, so the caseload is very, very taxing on these ADAs. And the only way at this point now is to have more of them so that we can diminish the caseload.
What number, could you just go over the figures again, how many you have and what you would really like to be at, what number?
I believe the numbers are reflected really what we asked for, because we're doing direct hiring and then lateral hiring operations. So you'll see that we have a class of 24 law assistants, actually 26. This is old data. And then we're actually looking to add another similar size class next year. So that'd be back-to-back big classes, getting about 50 more in. In addition to that, we have some lateral hiring happening all the time. We're hiring more toward litigation centers than, say, investigations or appeals at the moment. We're hiring a lot of people for county court. We even hired laterals for district court who've been lawyers for a couple of years to go there. So yeah, our body count, when you see that the projection is supposed to go up, and we're asking for, well, it's actually different, completely. There's lots of different categories we're asking for. We're asking for more CVAs. We're asking for more discovery expediters, and there's funding in this budget for our larger classes as well. And so, yeah, when you see the head count going up, that was my justification for it. The county has given us that flexibility, and I'm just hoping that this legislature also gives us that flexibility.
Okay, thank you so much for a very thorough presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just have one more question.
Sure.
Do you think that the 90-day, 90-day time frame to be ready for preparing, bringing your case or getting the evidence in, do you think that that's impacted an ADA's ability to bring the best case because maybe there was something you couldn't get, or like the shortened time And I know it's hard to tell that, but I mean, have you heard of that at all, or is that anything you've experienced?
There's actually, you know what, it's an interesting thing. I actually haven't heard that question before, but it's an interesting one because the ADA now is compelled to get absolutely every last bit of evidence. Whether they're processing all of that evidence, like let's put it this way, an ADA is now mandated to be on a great scale quest to get every last stitch of documentation. So in a vacuum, of course, having all that information, they should have a better understanding of the case if they had enough time to process all that information. So the problem is getting all of that times 400, how much is really in the human being's head and competency to retain it all and prep it all, or are you just panicking and trying to certify discovery and then just hold your breath? So interesting question. Ideally, and I've said this before too, if you had these discovery reforms in a county that had a crime rate of like nothing and you were dealing with 15 cases a year, fine. That's exactly what this sounds like it was designed to do. But when you have 400 cases, it's a completely different. It's the I Love Lucy thing again.
Okay. Well, and so the individual ADA aside, I mean, like physically getting all the evidence you need to get. That's what I'm thinking more of. Is it, you know, are there, because of the time limit, what happens, for example, because I don't know, what happens if, you know, you're bringing your case, you have the 90 days, and then there's some new evidence? That's okay, you can get that in,
Okay.
or is there a limit, or they
So
say, you know?
This is an area where the courts have diverged. There is a mechanism under the law where you can file what's called a supplemental certificate of compliance if evidence that you didn't know about comes into your possession.
Right.
And then what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to file that, and everybody's supposed to say, okay, let's give reasonable time for defense to prepare. Some judges, as I said in county court, are more amenable to that. They will give more time to prepare. They will recognize. Some judges in district court have said, no, the filing of the supplemental certificate of compliance is an acknowledgement that you weren't really there in the first place. I'm striking the original certificate of compliance, and I'm dismissing your whole case.
Wow, okay.
So that's the split. That's what when I keep on talking about the judicial frustration that they're going in different ways, that's what hasn't been worked out yet by the appellate courts. That will take years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Painch, thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said, but in so much that you're saying, and especially with the 90-day time frame and the number of criminals that we could have and so on and so forth, we are really, I mean, there are cases that are being thrown out, and they could be for something that should not ever be thrown out just because of these time frames, or that you're unable to get every bit of information, or it's not only, like you said, getting all that information, getting every single person that was involved, but then, you know, it's not like you don't look at it. It's not like you just take it all, put it in a box and say, here you go.
Yeah, exactly.
You got everything. I mean, once again, it benefits, so to say, the bad guy or the bad girl. You know, unfortunately, you know, sometimes it's just impossible to get every bit of that done, and then the case could be thrown out.
It is impossible to get every bit of that done on every case right now. That's why I'm here asking for a labor and technological infusion, because I'm hopeful. I have a lot of hope that in a couple of years this will be something that was a bad growing pain, but a growing pain nonetheless, and we end up having, what, as somebody else said, Ms. Schaefer said, and that we do have ADAs who have everything they ever wanted and need. They have it all in front of them. They have plenty of time to review it. Right. They have a lower caseload so they can focus on it. And then, you know, at that point, now we'll see the fairer, more efficient. Right now, it is an adjustment period. It's that time and money thing that my former boss used to come and talk about a lot, time and money, to bake it in.
Which is so sad, though, because it's not like we're saying in a couple of weeks. You know, you're talking a good, you know, a good amount of time here, and a number of years, and cases that could be, you know, just let go, and then that person could possibly be committing more crimes or whatever. It's just, I don't know, very sad situation that we've been put in.
We are trying, of course. We are trying everything.
Yeah, and I don't deny the fact that you're doing all that you can. I just think it's a very sad situation that we've been put in.
We obviously are prioritizing so that public safety is not threatened. You know, if we're going to be losing a case, we actually, you know, we want to focus every possible resource to make sure that that's
But
why.
even as much as you're trying and you think you have everything, you could possibly not have one thing, and
That is absolutely correct. That is, and categorically, the first big issue was cataloging all the memo books in the police department. We got through that in 5 or 6 months, and then the next thing was cataloging misconduct records, which is still ongoing. And then the next thing after that will be now body cameras, which are good. They're going to make a big difference, but that's another thing to now work with the police to catalog. And I say this a lot because this is a county body, we're a county agency, but I also want to make sure that everybody's aware we don't just work with the Nassau County Police Department. We have 25 different local law enforcement agencies that we have to build these bridges with. So while, yes, 79% of our volume comes from the Nassau County Police Department arrests, we have to deal with state troopers, park police, SUNY Old Westbury Police, Hempstead, Freeport, you name it, they all have different technological constructs, so, and different paperwork that they consider a complete case. So that adds a layer of complexity to the issue that you're talking about. So even if we had it, one thing that we have the disadvantage of to our colleagues in Manhattan or Queens, where they're dealing with the NYPD, we have many different agencies that we have to build technological bridges to.
well, again, I thank you very much.
That's a good point about the different police departments. I also have a lot of concerns about much of the reform, and I'm hoping maybe we might have to make some adjustments like they've done in other areas. But have you, maybe to end on a positive note, have you seen any positivity from these efforts? I know, like,
yes,
Legislator Schaefer mentioned maybe we're more prepared at the end of the
Yeah,
tunnel.
yeah. I said, I'm sorry, I abbreviated the presentation a little bit because, probation was in and out in 3. But last time I came, I think I opened with that some of the positives of the reforms, we're getting a real good look at each other, the police and the prosecutor. We're knowing so much more about what they have and what they're capable of. We're inspiring these. We got electronic discovery done in this county. That never would have happened. We are doing digital case management now. That wouldn't have probably happened for another 10 years. We're doing these new programs like NICE, where eventually the various vendors and businesses of Nassau County will have a direct digital pathway to upload surveillance video and crime and evidence. We're really stepping really boldly forward into the 21st century. It's because we have to. It's because we were mandated to. There will be growing pains. But yeah, no, there's a spirit here, and that's why, to Mr. Coppell's questions, I was saying, it's hard. It's going to be hard. I'm here to say it's hard. It's going to cost some money. It's going to take some time. But I always say that hopefully in 2 or 3 years, we are very proud of all the investments we made. Our caseload settles. We have a pre-arraignment diversion program we're proud of that, So there's a lot of hope and forward looking. There's short-term and long-term strategies, and we're gonna get there.
And not to be, I don't know where this is coming from, because I'm not always a Pollyanna, but if you document all of the, police history, let's say, like you were mentioning before, the discipline issues, once you have that done, then it's just more of maintaining those records, right? So, like, right now, we're doing the hard part of getting it all online, correct? Like, is it going to alleviate at all, do you think, or is it always going to be this wave of information that you have to?
The police misconduct records is incredibly hard to sort through because it was a system that was not, and we have our own internal struggles with that as well. We have a corruption bureau. It has its own investigative files. So we know firsthand how it is to go back 25, 30 years to old files, catalog them, index them, make them ready for discovery. So that's why we're still in the process with that with the police department. And so you're right. Eventually, maybe we'll have every last stitch, and we're just going to be updating. I was actually just talking to Commissioner Ryder about a glitch right now with the NCPD, where every month we now rolling get an 800-page document that has summaries. And I was just asking him for the track changes version because we can't review 800 pages over and over and over again, not knowing what the differences are. But you're right. At a certain point, everybody will have everything. That won't be an issue. We'll have our own back catalog fully libraried, and we'll move forward. But like time and money, I keep on going back to that.
All right, well, I've heard complaints from other areas in the state as well, so if you could just go back and tell your DAs that, you know, we're aware of the morale issue probably with what's going on right now with this wave, but hopefully, like we said, let's hope that in the future it'll work out to a system that's much more updated and efficient and hope maybe fair. I would love to think. I don't know, but
That's
maybe.
I say that on the morale issue, I say around the
That's
office.
it. We're happy.
Yeah.
All right, close up.
Yeah.
Next is,
Thanks,
Okay.
thanks a lot.
Thank
No,
you, okay.
really, I mean, you've done a great job. You've educated us tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you. It was
Thank
a great
you.
We'll look forward to
presentation.
getting those, getting the slides.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Assessment? Oh, we can do more. Mr. Miles? Yes, sir. You still got energy? I'm ready to go. You ready to go? How about you, Frank? You okay?
Which one do you prefer me on, Kevin? Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes.
Yeah, Frank is an Iron Man. There we go.
You good, Frank? Okay. All right, man.
Of course, you're only getting every fifth word or so, right?
Good evening, Deputy Assessor Robert Miles. I'm here for the assessment budget, and I'll answer any questions you have. We are content with this budget.
That was a great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
The best one today.
You're so close, Robert.
Yeah, but yet so far.
So close. Well, look, you waited this time, so I want to make it worth your while.
Thank you.
First of all, who is the acting assessor?
Ann Margaret Barriga is the acting assessor.
Okay. And when was she actually appointed?
In April.
And where is she today?
She is currently attending a conference in Niagara. She is maintaining her accreditation.
Okay.
It's a continuing education.
Okay. So we've had, and the reason I'm asking that question is because I've actually never had the opportunity to meet her.
Oh, okay.
We've had a couple of hearings here. She's never been here. And not that I don't want to see you. It's always a pleasure to see you. But in almost all cases, when we've been doing these budget hearings, we're speaking with the department head. You know, and in this particular case, when we have questions about assessment, it would be nice to have the person ultimately responsible for assessment here to be able to do that. So I wish you would take back to the office and I understand that she's in Niagara getting her accreditation, but this is pretty important too.
This was planned months in advance before the budget hearing, and
So-
she'd had to set everything up. And
So she's away just today, this week?
she's been away the last few days. It's a multi-day conference.
The last few,
Days.
oh, okay, I thought you
Yeah.
said the last few months.
No. No.
So she's been away the last few days?
Yes. Yes.
Because I do, and I don't know if to get answers to those questions, if it might warrant there being some sort of separate hearing, because I would like to hear directly from her. But in any event, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah, just it's she's just maintaining it with the continuing ed, but I'm fully prepared to answer all of your questions. I understand your concern, but think we've been doing this for a while, and
We have.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. I'm a little concerned, not necessarily about the numbers in the budget as far as staffing.
Okay.
Though we have had some issues with regard to staffing, whether or not we are ever going to attain the number of people that we actually have allocated in your budget.
We keep recruiting and we keep maintaining our efforts, and we have continually added, and the hope is we continue to add to our department.
Well, what's the time frame that you think you might be able to achieve a full head count based on the budget?
It's dependent upon the circumstances. Right now with COVID, it was difficult to recruit. Even though there were, a lot of jobs open throughout the country and throughout the state, it was difficult for us to continue to recruit. We did have some interviews the past month, and with those efforts, we may have a small handful of people that are interested in the job. So it's not for lack of effort. I think just the current circumstances. I think a lot of people are staying home, and the Department of Assessment is fully back and functioning, and we have to for the taxpayers. So, that's kind of the wall that we're hitting right now.
But we've been, to be fair, and I understand that there's certainly a COVID-related reason, but we've been having this conversation for the last, 4 years, with regard to staffing in the assessor's office and whether it was adequate to be able to meet the needs. This is an issue that we've been having, obviously, well before COVID. And I'm concerned because we still get complaints that you can't reach anybody in the Department of Assessment, nobody answers the phones, you can't get questions answered. For a period of time, obviously the office was closed, so residents were unable to physically appear to get their questions answered and physically unable to reach anybody on the telephone, which meant nobody was getting questions.
I would like to say that despite the pandemic, I think a very short time after the beginnings of the pandemic, we had our 402 office back on the job full time. And we're proud of that fact, and we're proud of the individuals who came in despite the risks.
Okay. I'm also concerned about the fact that it appears as though we continue to make mistakes with respect to the assessment. And the reason I raise that now is because I'm concerned that there are potential liabilities out there that we're not accounting for in the budget in terms of refund liability and adjustments ultimately that impact virtually all of Nassau County's taxpayers. I wanted to talk to you a little bit, though, specifically about the phase-in. Now, you would agree that the assessment website itself, we want to make sure that that's as clear to homeowners as possible, that they should be able, based upon the information that's on the county website, to figure out how their taxes were derived, the amount that they actually wind up having to pay, and they should be able to figure out the phase-in.
Yeah, that's
the goal.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So any taxpayer as of right now can go on the website and can see the fair market value, right?
Yes.
The assessed value,
Yes.
the exemptions, their taxes, all of that information,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And because the information that's on there, determines the property taxes that every homeowner pays, right? We
Yep.
want them to be able to do that calculation on their own.
That's correct.
And obviously, the understanding is that as one tax impact of a property decreases, another one increases. It's a zero-sum game, right?
That's right.
So in terms of assessment, somebody goes up, somebody goes down, somebody else has to go up to make up the difference. I don't know if you've been provided with, and if we can distribute this to my colleagues and to Mr. Miles. I wanted to ask you about some specific examples.
All right. I have not been provided anything. So.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been provided with pages of what looks like the land record viewer.
Right. So this is information that's publicly available. It's on the land record viewer, right?
Yes, it is publicly available.
So this is information that the taxpayers would use theoretically to be able to look up their property and understand the impact that the assessment has on the amount of taxes that they pay.
Yep.
I want you to, if you can, please direct your attention to the paperwork on 136 Lynbrook Avenue in Point Lookout.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that?
The first page, I'm assuming.
Okay. Yeah, it's a 4-page, just for the record, it's a 4-page document. And I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, to take a look at page 3 of that document. Now,
The fair market values?
correct.
Okay.
Well, actually, page 3 of that document should be, let me make sure your page 3 and my page 3 is the same.
I have a few more than 4 pages here.
Okay, not a problem. So this is specifically the values.
That's what I'm looking
All right,
at.
you're looking at the same thing.
That's correct.
Not a problem. So now, my understanding is that to determine the TPP, you would take the fair market value of the property in the 2021 year, and you would subtract the effective market value listed on the 1920 year.
The 1008 minus the,
Well, the 4012000 minus 1008.
no, it should be the 2671.
Right, but I'm saying in order to determine, well, it's not, but in order to determine what the impact of the TPP was, the total amount of the TPP itself, one would take the fair market value from 2021, which is the first year of the reassessment, and subtract what the prior year's actual value was, right? Regardless of what the numbers are, that's how you would calculate the TPP.
You would take the 2671 minus the 1008. It's hard to do the math right now while I'm in the
I
middle
understand,
of.
and we'll go through it together. Is that what was actually done?
Yes.
In other words,
we followed the law to.
In other words, we took the 2671.
Like I said, it's hard for me to follow everything. I can provide you with better answers once I have more time to review this. This was just given to me today.
Just take it.
So,
I mean, you know how to.
I'm just trying to figure out the relevance to the budget at this point.
Yeah, relevance to the budget is, I wanted to illustrate that there is a potential error that has been multiplied by about 18,000 properties, which creates liability not only for last year, which hasn't been addressed, but creates liabilities for each of this year and for each of the next 3 years with respect to the application of the phase-in.
So I think the issue is, and like I said, I just received this, and I'll be able to look at this more and go back to, the Department of Assessment and look at it with exemptions experts and accountants. But I believe, just if you don't mind. Sure. From what I understand, and like I said, I haven't been given many examples, and the first time I'm seeing this, is that the claim is that there's 18,000 parcels that had some sort of issue. I don't think there is an issue. I think it's related to the calendar based on the when the tentative assessment is published versus when the final roll is finalized. And for 2021, the tentative assessment is published as of January of 2019, right? But the final roll for the 2020 assessment roll is finalized in April of that same year. So the issue here is, and it's not really an issue, it's just based on the reading of the law and the way the law is written, is if the tentative assessment is published as of that January, and the final roll is publicized as of that April, you're going to have a TPP based on what was published as of that final 2020 and what was on the roll for that January. So it's a time frame where there's a gap. So in this instance, if you receive a reduction from the Assessment Review Commission as of that final 2020, and that's after the roll is published, it's going to decrease that final assessment, and then it's going to cap the tentative assessment roll. But you have to use, the tentative assessment, but you have to use the tentative assessment based on the law, how the law is written, as of January 2nd, pre the capping based on the 6 and 20 rule.
You do have two separate issues here. And I certainly agree with you that the use, at the request of the county executive, the use of the tentative roll that was produced on January 2nd, as opposed to the final roll, which is the amount that was actually paid in order to calculate the 5-year phase-in, has created gaps and has created, unfortunately, inaccurate applications that are costing taxpayers money.
I don't think it's
but there's a separate issue here, Mr. Miles.
I don't think it's it's not an accurate application, because the application is correct under the law. I think it's just, this is a circumstance of the assessment calendar as it's laid out currently. And it's something,
Except that's not the only issue. I agree with you that that's an issue, the way the law was drafted. And this is a point that I made.
Well, I can't
at the
agree with you
time.
on the issue. It's of your opinion, but we followed the law based on how it's written, and the TPP was applied based on the application of the law. And
Well, except it,
they're based on my understanding of the original publication of the tentative assessment roll, still approximately 5%, maybe less, of the roll was going to be capped once it was published, and then probably increase after the Assessment Review Commission's reductions were included later on. And if you take approximately 5% of the 380,000 residential parcels, that equates to 18,000 parcels. And
except that's not the issue that I'm talking about. The issue that I'm talking about is the fact that, first of all, the law said on or about January 2nd, right?
Okay.
If you recall, in that year, you actually produced two different rolls, right? There was a roll that was released on January 2nd, and then you can turn to the Newsday article from January 3rd, which is also included as part of your packet, where the Department of Assessment acknowledged that there were 18,400 errors in the roll that was issued on January 2nd, and issued a corrected roll the very next day, on January 3rd.
I believe the same day. I believe it was taken down, and the roll that was approved by the former county assessor was published following that. The 18,000 issue was not approved by the county assessor. We ended up republishing it on the same day with the approved assessment
It
roll.
was on the same, whether, yeah, I mean, we're
Okay.
talking about.
I don't know the relevance of it. You have to publish a roll every year.
We're talking about David
sorry.
Moog being, hold on. We're talking about David Moog being the assessor, right? At the time.
Produced one of the most accurate assessment
What-
rolls in the last decade. So
Well,
yeah, we're talking about David Moog.
What we want to do now is illustrate a pretty significant inaccuracy in that role that's still being carried forward today, and will, over the next 5 years, cost taxpayers almost $50 million in
I mean,
errors.
we've gone back with the accusation that was made, and based on a secondary review from the accounting division, what the issue that the majority sees that was not an issue is that capping, is the Assessment Review Commission incorporated or had its reductions incorporated as of that April, but the roll is published 3 months before, and we had a review. I mean, I will go back and I will have the accountants review the examples that you've stated, but I'm not going to perform this task now when I'm not prepared, and I've just been given this a few minutes ago. I will go back and have it checked, but we did perform our own internal review, and we found that for some reason it's the same number, 18,000, that had the capping, and that's just the way the law is applied.
Residents are supposed to be able to figure this out on their own, right? And what you're telling me is that sitting here today, you as the representative of the Department of Assessment can't figure it out.
I'm not saying that I can't figure it out. I'm
So
saying
let's
I
try,
received.
let's try and do this. Let's try and do this together.
Sir, I'm not gonna. Yeah.
Because I think that, well, what we're talking about is about a $16 million annual error that is going to be carried forward for the 5 years of the phase-in.
Let me just
That
add-
has significant budgetary impact.
I would just add that we went through a lengthy presentation just preceding this one with the DA's office that was clearly not restricted to the budget, so.
That's okay, but I will have this checked by
Good.
the accounts and the
Let's
exemptions
walk-
division. But
I-
it's funny how it's 18,000 parcels was the 18,000 parcels that was passed, and we have this 18,000 number here, and we did an internal review, and we found that we correctly applied the law. But I will have it checked for you, legislator, I promise.
Here's what your internal review may have missed. The reality is that for the TPP, I agree with you. You do have the issue that you use the tentative roll as opposed to the final roll that came out in April. But apparently you also used the first version of the tentative roll that came out on January 2nd instead of the corrected roll to calculate the TPP. And I will go through the math with you to demonstrate that.
We
Just so you can take it back to your experts
legislator,
and verify that
I'm not
information
going to
is
go
correct.
through the examples one by one.
Why?
Because I wanted to go back, and I want to do my research, and I want to do an internal review. And an internal review,
But I've got you-
that's half
But Mr. Miles,
baked is not right for the
gonna-
taxpayers.
I'm not going to be part of that internal review. And I want to make sure that you understand what it is that I'm attempting to illustrate so that when you go back for your internal review, you can explain exactly what we think the mistake is. I'm not an expert, right? I've been struggling with this, as have staff, as have other legislators, trying to figure out how it is that we have multi-million-dollar properties that are paying zero in taxes, how it is that we have multi-million-dollar properties that are paying way lower than what they should be paying in terms of property taxes, while we have residents in modest homes in our respective districts that are paying more. So I think it's important that we flesh that out, and I don't want you to go back and ask them to re-review what you've said you've already had them review and come up with the same conclusion. I think it's probably a better idea for me to explain what we think the issue is, so that you can take that back to them and ask them to look at it.
So I will take this back and have it reviewed. But like I said, I'm not going to partake in a half-baked analysis. I would like to have a thorough review of this.
Not a problem.
Thank
and I
you.
encourage
I
you to
appreciate
have a
that.
thorough review of it.
Okay, thank you.
But I want you to understand what it is that we're suggesting is the issue, so that you can take that back and have them
Okay.
review whether or not what we're suggesting is accurate.
Okay.
Okay? So, with this particular property, and I think we can agree that you would determine in order to determine what the TPP is, you would take the fair market value, right, from 2021, and you would subtract what the effective market value was in 1920, right? That gives you an equation of $3,004,000. From that $3,004,000, that would be the TPP. Year one of the phase-in would have 20% of that TPP. which is 600,800. Year 2 would have 40% of that TPP, which would be approximately 121,600. Looking at this particular property in 21-22, and by the way, in 2021, this particular property paid 0 in property taxes because the high exemption ate up the taxable value for that property. Because in addition to that, as you suggested in April, there was also a further reduction separate and apart from the application of the TPP because they grieved their taxes and won. So as a result, their final taxable value was around 201, and as a result, they wound up not having to pay taxes. But the effective assessment for 2021 is $2,123,000. So to get to the taxable value, you would subtract $3,004,000 from 21-23, or $2,123,000, and that would give you a value of minus $881,000. And to that, you would add 40% of the TPP, which is the $1.2 million, $1,600,000.
Where's the, okay, so I'm still gonna take this back. I listened.
Okay.
But.
So you would.
I'm not agreeing to anything. I've said this already.
Okay.
Thank you.
That gives a taxable value of 321. When you go through all the math, that gives you a taxable value of 321.
Okay.
Working off of the initial fair market value back in 2021, published as part of the initial tentative roll at $4,012,000. Right?
Okay.
That 321, by the way, if you go into the notice of tentative assessment, that 321, if you go into page 4 of the document, is the actual 321 taxable value that our department produced and is available on the website as having been the taxable value for the 21-22 year. That 321 figure. That 321 figure is based off the initial value of $4 million. We just walked through the mathematical equation.
Okay. But what's published for 21?
So here's the issue. The figure that you gave, and you were right, the figure that you gave of $2,671,000 was the corrected roll for this property that was produced either later in the day on January 2nd or early in the day on January 3rd, whenever it was done. But the TPP as calculated by the Department of Assessment was based off of the $4 million figure, which was the first roll that contained the 18,400 errors.
So I'm not looking at anything. You're saying this is not the published as of today, the 4,012,000?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Is that the 4,012,000 is what was listed as the value, the initial value, the fair market value on the initial 2021 roll.
Okay, but
that was the figure that was published on January 2nd that the TPP is based off of.
Okay.
Later in the day, or early the next day, that value was corrected to 2.671 million. So the TPP
we're talking about the effective.
Right.
Okay. You're talking about the cap.
effective market value.
Right.
The effective market value.
Yeah, but this was the one that received these. This is part of the group that received the reduction.
Right, but my point to you, Robert.
We talked about this last April.
Robert.
Okay.
My point to you is that we just walked through the calculation for the application of the TPP. Me basing that calculation off of the $4 million figure resulted in the taxable value of 321 that's produced in today's roll.
Okay.
So that means that the phase-in is calculated off of the $4 million figure, not the corrected $2.67 million figure.
Because it's legislator, I have to go back and look at my own notes because I'm getting confused as to what day was produced for what. and I have all these notes. I
By
would
the way-
really like to go back
By the
and
way,
like to
when you,
check the.
when you look at this property.
Okay.
Because they won their reduction, their actual taxable value turned out to be just over $2 million.
So they're, okay, I'm gonna go back. I think you and I are at an impasse, but I will go back and have it fully analyzed. And we'll give your office a full briefing.
And here's and just so you can understand the context of the budget, there are significant tax consequences, assuming that I'm correct. And I know you dispute that, but you're going to take it back and check. Assuming that I'm correct, there are significant tax consequences to that. So as a result, based on information that we've received, if that took place for the 18,400 properties that were included as part of that correction, you are looking at, broken down by school district, in the town of Hempstead, a shift of tax liability of $8.5 million annually. You are looking at, in the town of North Hempstead, a shift of $4.5 million annually. In the town of Oyster Bay, you're looking at a shift of $3.5 million annually. And in the city of Long Beach, you're looking at a shift of about $100,000. Countywide per year, that's $16 million, $16.6 million. If we're accurate, that's $16.6 million that the homeowners, that the 18,400 homeowners are not paying. That's being shifted on to other residents in that school district. So if that 18,000, the mistake involving those 18,000 properties is impacting about 363,000 other homeowners in Nassau County that have absorbed that $16.6 million in liability.
Okay.
That means we have a massive problem that we were told had been corrected. But apparently, if we're still using the old TPP figures and that's being carried forward each year, you are seeing in each year that same $16.6 million error.
Like I said, I'm going to stand by what was performed in our internal review, which was this looks to be the 6 and 20 being applied. But like I said, I will have this reviewed. As of now, my stance is I support what the staff has provided me.
Okay.
But I will go back and have it reviewed. All these, you're throwing numbers at me.
No, but
I'm just saying, I just got this now.
This is something that the average homeowner is supposed to be able to calculate on their own, isn't it?
But the issue is when you hand me something, as I walk into the room, and there's an accusation, a significant accusation, and you're claiming that there's $50 million, I can't base that on anything other than what you're saying. I think there's, it's reasonable to say I am not going to comment further on this until I have not a half-baked review of this, but a full analysis, and I will provide your office with with the findings.
Well,
but
I think,
now, as it stands, I'm not going to perform an exercise where.
I think it would be a wonderful idea for your office to conduct that review.
Great.
And for us to come back at a separate hearing and for us to hear, not from you, but from the staff and from the assessor, so that we can get answers directly from, and again, no disrespect intended to you. I mean, you come here and you try and provide information that you can, but we would like to speak to the people that are actually performing the analysis so that we can have a conversation about their calculation.
I just wish this was provided, if this was being mulled about or mulled around, the past couple of days, it would have been nice to have been, provided this earlier than surprised. And I could have given you the full review of the results of the review today. But now, seeing this as I walk in, I'm not able to do that. And that's somewhat unfortunate. It would have been nice to, I'm sorry. I mean, we should have had the examples. And I've always said, my office is open to your offices providing me the examples, and I work well with your staff and your counsel. It's just unfortunate that now, I'm provided this now, and I'm just unable to present on it, You know,
Well,
I wish we got this earlier.
Mr. Miles,
Yeah.
we're, at the end of the day, we're talking about math.
Okay.
You
That's
know,
great.
I'm no more of a qualified expert to talk about math than you are. I would say that we're probably equally qualified, but we're dealing simply with subtraction, multiplication, fractions. But it's, you know, and that's the attempt to try and walk through this together. But, I mean, if you're not comfortable doing that,
Yeah,
you know,
I'd like to perform.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But
No, I
at
just,
least-
I would have loved to been able to, because then I really would have liked to talk freely with you about this instead of being surprised by it. But it's all right. I'm going to take it back. We're going to get the examples, and we'll provide you with the information. What you do with it is up to you, obviously, you know.
We, I'm sure, would be willing to have a separate hearing on that issue so that we can get the responses.
I'll try to provide you with whatever this body decides, hearing or not, well before that, so you know what's going on.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And our office's legislator, your council, you know, we have a great relationship. So
And just to sort of, you know, illustrate the issue, because of that, we have a $14 million home in Center Island that in 2021 paid $16,151 in taxes, whereas in 1920 they paid $120,000 in taxes.
So, but we're still going back to they received a reduction from ARC or SCAR, there's a capping issue, and then TPP, right? So it seems like we're choosing the same examples that have the same thing that we addressed back in April. But,
Yeah, but
legislator,
I
think the point has been made that you'd like me to review this, and I will, but it's really the same issue and over again. I see the same examples where I explain that there's a capping situation because of a reduction that occurred after the roll was published. That's what I'm holding to because of the review. But because I received this now, I'm going to take this back and have it reviewed by the staff, and I promise to have that done.
I'm just looking to find out, and if you can take that back to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just looking to find out how it's possible that a home in Oyster Bay in Center Island worth $14 million can pay $16,000 in taxes, when another home in Oyster Bay School District that's worth $900,000 is paying more. Why another, you know, home on Capitol Heights Road in Oyster Bay is paying $25,000 in taxes, when this $14 million house is paying $16,000. I'd like to find out, you know, why it is that the, you know, Wilpons, for example, are paying less in taxes than many of the people in my own district, you know, on a $6 million home. Again, not the Wilpons' fault. I mean, they're paying the bill that they were sent. You know, it seems to be that it's our fault, and I'd like to understand why. And to be perfectly honest, I've got taxpayers that would like to understand why that's the case as well.
I think I explained this in April about the 7 parcels and that. You know, it's because of the reduction that occurred after the roll is published and the TPP is established. You know, happy to go back again and confirm that. But we also stated back in April that the county attorney's office is working on a solution to the rare anomaly, and I believe something's in the works.
Well, it's not a rare anomaly. You're
Well,
talking about
it is.
18,400 properties. You're talking about 18,400 properties that has an annual impact and shift of $16 million.
But it's a
in
natural
liability to other
occurrence
taxpayers.
from the 6 and 20 law that is a state law. We have to follow the laws as they are prescribed to us. So I will take this back if there are any other questions regarding other issues, but I would like these examples examined by the staff.
Sure. I appreciate that.
Absolutely,
And I'm sure we'll have
Legislator.
the opportunity to talk about that further. at a hearing.
We will get a transcript of this and provide it to you as well. So you have the documents in front of you, but you'll have the questions and answers as well.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
I also want,
And then, in all likelihood, we will be back at a hearing. And at that point, we would request that we'll schedule around Ms. Margaret's schedule so that we have the acting assessor here as well.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
and she'll
Thank
be
you.
back, she'll be back this week from classes?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be able to do that. I did just have a question, though, for you, not to, we're getting off this particular topic of the TPP, and I want to talk to you about veterans exemptions. The errors that were made with respect to the calculation of the veterans exemptions, has that been fixed?
Yeah, the as I stated, I believe in January, there was a glitch in the DAP system, but it has been reprogrammed and corrected.
So those errors were not duplicated this year?
No. No.
How certain are you about that?
I'm certain that it's been reprogrammed and that with that correction, there should be no longer any issues. It's a complex taxing jurisdiction, probably the most complex taxing jurisdiction in the state, and it's an older program, and we had to reprogram it for the exemptions.
I'll yield to Ms. Birnbaum, and then I'll just circle back.
Okay.
I know you're going back to get the answers, but I understand fair market value, I know level of assessment, I know TPP, but could you define what the effective market value is?
So the effective market value is the value that would be applied as a taxable value before exemptions are applied. So in these instances where a parcel's fair market value is, let's say $1 million, but the Article 18 of the Real Property Tax Law, as we all know, says you can only raise an assessment by 6% per year, 20% over 5 years. So although the fair market value may be $1 million, you cannot raise an assessment over 6%. So if the assessment is, cannot be raised to 1 million, it will be raised to, the assessment from the previous year plus 6%. So that is the effective market value. And that is what's used as the taxable value minus any exemptions that anyone receives.
And the taxpayer protection plan is based on, the TPP, the taxpayer protection plan is based on which number?
Effective full market value, yeah.
Effective full market
That's
value.
right, that's the reading on the law.
Okay, so that's the number, so you
That's
look
right.
at the tax year before.
Right,
Before any exemptions.
that's correct.
And you do 6%.
That's the most we can do.
Okay,
That's correct.
got it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, that's effective full market value.
I'll just, Walker has a quick question. Actually, Legislator Ferretti's been asking too, so why don't you jump in, Rose, you go first, and then let John go.
Yeah, ladies first, please.
Just very quickly.
Good evening, Legislator.
How
How you doing?
Why doesn't assessment put the TPP, give the amount?
It was up there for 21, and it's being placed up there, I believe, in the next few days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then the homeowners wouldn't have to,
No,
figure out what
it will
their
be up.
is.
Yeah, it will be up.
Okay.
John, did you say you wanted to go, or you wanted to wait till after Steve's done?
No, I'm ready to go now if Rose is done.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Legislator.
Hi, good evening. Actually, Rose kind of stole my thunder a little bit.
Okay.
My question is
That's okay.
about. My question is about the savings due to the exemption numbers.
Right.
That's required by law.
Right.
After the adopted resolution 186/2020 was passed and signed by the county executive.
Yep.
that's required to be there. Why is it not there now?
It's going up. It's a complex calculation between applying the TPP and not applying, because it's a countywide exemption. But that is going up. Our first focus was trying to get the school tax rolls to this body to approve, so that the schools, so that the towns could start printing their bills. But within the next few days,
Right,
that number will be up.
But in order to do that, you had to figure out this complex calculation already. Like, the numbers are already figured out, right?
Well, the TPP's already applied. We don't create the tax rolls without the TPP. There's no reason to create that other than, for this law. So we have to go back, create the roll. We create almost an entirely new roll without the TPP, and then try to find the differences between the TPP and without the TPP. So
Right, but essentially what you're posting is the values of the exemption, right?
I'm sorry, legislator, I lost you.
What you're posting is the value of the exemption, correct?
Yes, that's what's being put up.
And that number has already been calculated, correct?
The TPP exemption's calculated, but the savings has to be calculated based on the TPP being applied and then TPP as if it did not exist.
Okay, but the number that you're posting on the website, whenever you get to it, is already calculated. Isn't that correct?
The exemption is calculated, but we have to, the exemption's already applied, but now you have to create a separate individual roll where the TPP is not applied. So obviously the TPP exemption's already applied, so it will be up there, but you have to create a non-TPP roll, a whole new, entirely different roll, and then find the differences. So that's what it is. But those numbers will be up in a few days. Just because the main focus is to try to get the rolls to this body, because you and I and everybody here are obligated to get that passed so that the school tax bills reach the taxpayers.
Absolutely, but I would just remind you, a couple minutes ago, like you told Legislator Rhodes when he was asking about 620, you said we have to follow the law.
Mm-hmm.
The law is that exemption number, that savings due to exemption, that county law is that has to be posted. So
it will be.
Right now,
absolutely. It's going to be.
Right. So what we have right now is a situation where residents are looking at their tax numbers on the website now. This is when most people go look at it because they know it was just released and they don't see this number there. So do you have an estimated time as to when this will be up? I know you said the coming days, but
yes, it is.
Do you think it'll be up within, sometime this week, sometime next
week?
Yeah,
I believe so. I'll go back and check with accounting, and I'll talk to your staff and give them updates.
Yeah, if you could please let us know.
Absolutely.
Sometime this. Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, legislator.
Since we're, thank you, Mr. Alternate, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, sorry. Since we're having the hearing, if you could also ask, the information that we're receiving is that there have not been corrections made with respect to the veterans exemptions. So
I don't know.
We believe that error has now been duplicated in the bills that just went out. So if you could go back, since and check that as well, we'd certainly appreciate that, and we can bring that up at the subsequent hearing that we're planning on having. Just out of curiosity, obviously the administration acknowledged that there was an error with respect to the application of veterans exemptions, and those over exemptions, again, similar to what we were talking about before, the financial burden for those exemptions was transferred on to other individuals in those taxing jurisdictions, correct?
I believe the veterans did not get the exemption that they were supposed to get. I thought it was less than that. And it was provided after. It was we provided the veterans with more exemption because of the application of the ADAPT system with the TPP in relation to the special districts, because there's 300 special districts in the county.
Right. The issue was actually, in this particular case, and there were other issues as well, the issue in this particular case was that the exemptions for veterans were calculated based upon the .25 level of assessment, and when the level of assessment was dropped, it was never recalculated. So the exemptions were either 30, 50, or 100 in terms of the actual points, whereas it should have been 18, 30, or 60 based upon the .15.
I don't think that point was made to me, but I will have that reviewed.
But if you can have that checked out
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely. Sounds
The other, again, the issue is what efforts were made since we had this error and it was theoretically corrected.
Yeah.
It still resulted in an overcharge for everyone else that made up the difference for those exemptions. What efforts have been made by the county to make taxpayers whole for the money that was overpaid?
I don't think there was, I'm sorry, legislator, we're talking about, I think it's two ships passing in the night right now. I think the hearing that was had on January, that had to do with the veterans and clergy needing to receive a greater exemption because the ADAPT system failed to apply the exemption to certain special districts. So there was a petition applied to this body, and everyone reviewed and agreed to it, that we deliver the exemption to the veterans based on the money that was missing because the ADAPT system didn't apply the exemption to the special districts. So that's what we
Correct.
did.
There was a whole separate issue.
Okay,
and you're
good. So
correct
then
in
we
that. This is a different issue with respect to the
Okay.
application of the exemptions.
There's no issue in terms of overages. It will be reviewed, but we perform quality control reviews before the rolls are submitted to this body for review and approval. And we do that for every roll.
Well, if you
And we
would
do
go-
that for the publication of the tentative and final rolls as well.
The issue is that the school districts had and just to let you know about the issue that I'm talking about, school districts had the option to opt in to give veterans a benefit on their school taxes. And the school districts opted in to provide a benefit in the form of a reduction in the taxable market value. At the time, due to the level of assessment being a .25, a $12,000 reduction, would equate to a reduction of 30 points in assessed value. 20,000 would equate to 50 points reduction. A $40,000 reduction would result in a $100 point reduction in assessed value. When we changed from .25 to .1, those reductions were never recalculated. At a .1, or really a .15, which was the effective rate after grievances, the ratio would have been, a reduction would have been 18 points, 30 points, or 60 points based on that 12,000, 20,000, and 40,000 example. So in these circumstances, you actually see some getting a greater reduction than they should have because we didn't recalculate based upon the .1, and as a result, that burden is now shifting to everyone else. That's the specific. So there are two parallel things going on at the same time. That's the one that I'm talking about.
Okay, I haven't seen that issue. I'll go back and, like I said, do the
All right, we'll address
review.
it at the subsequent hearing.
But, and we also abide by whatever resolutions are adopted by school districts. If they change their resolutions, we abide by the change.
I don't
in
think the school districts changed the resolutions. I think we changed the level of assessment and didn't adjust the reductions in assessed value.
We'll take a look. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I did the math, and it seems that it did change from the assessed value by 6%, and it looks correct to me.
Yeah,
after
that's-
doing the math.
That's with the application of the 6 and 20. Once there's a reduction, but anyway, like I said, we'll go and check it again. But that's what happens when you have the reductions occur after the publication of the tentative roll.
I'm happy to compare figures with my colleague on the other side.
I guess we'll close the hearing.
All right, thank you, legislator. Appreciate it. So how'd I do?
Make it half a day.
More quality time with the legislator.
Were you asking as an attorney or as an assessor? As an attorney, you did fine.
Oh,
You
okay.
didn't really answer any questions.
Oh, okay. All right.
As an assessor.
As a politician.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, legislator.